Chapter 1867. As soon as Han Fei made a move, everyone's focus was on him. After all, everyone could only see the giant's attack because he was too dazzling. In fact, at this moment, the blood rain was all over the sky like a waterfall, and the people on the island could hardly see the sky clearly because the blood rain was too dense. Xia Shaochan was fine. She was too fast, so she hunted more venerables. But Han Fei was different. As long as he caught up with them, he could kill them with one punch. No one could resist his blow. As for the blood rebirth, it was a joke. Even if he killed the venerables, he didn't need the help of the void lines, because they couldn't see clearly what was happening on the sea. Therefore, the billions of people on the Scattered Stars Island judged the number of venerables killed by Han Fei and the others according to the number of cracks: 26, 27, 35, 46. Above the sky, every time a crack appeared, the billions of people on the Scattered Stars Island would shout in unison. Some people even shouted until their throats were hoarse. Besides, the cracks above the sky were getting shallower and shallower. This meant that Han Fei and the others were fighting farther and farther away. In the end, this number was shouted 87 times before it stopped. Why 87 times? The reason why it was 87 times was because Han Fei and the others had killed the venerables. The other venerables had enough time to escape. As for the direction of their escape, of course it was inside the cage. At this moment, the sea demons of Black Blood City went crazy. Who the hell knew it was so dangerous outside the cage? The Black Killer Snail King had always said that Han Fei was very weak. There were few venerables in the outside world. How could he be weak? They had always thought that the cage was a place to trap them. But now it seemed that this was clearly a protective barrier to protect their survival. The venerables could escape, but the explorers? They couldn't run so fast. However, Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and the others didn't attack the explorer sea demons. It was meaningless for them to attack the explorers. It was of no help to the rise of the human race. At the moment when they reached the cage, Han Fei said, "Okay, stop chasing." All he had to do was to trap them in a cage. These sea monsters are the stepping stones for the rise of our human race. Don't kill them all now. Then where will the human race's future experts go to train? At this moment, only a few people were able to reach the edge of the wall of death in such a short period of time. However, Tang Yen said, "You have not become a king yet." Han Fei glanced at Tang Yen and chuckled. "Just because you haven't become a king doesn't mean you can't fight. Don't be obsessed with expanding your sea. Now is not the time." Chao Tianji thought to himself, "Luckily I didn't show anything before." Otherwise, when facing Han Fei, it was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe. Tranquility said casually, "Han Fei, is this your wife? How could he be so powerful? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that the two of you had expanded your seas." Xia Shaochan blushed slightly, but she immediately became vigilant. Isn't this woman too good-looking? Being able to attain the strength of a half-monarch in the Yin heaven was definitely not a simple feat. Ha ha ha! Ren Tianfei laughed and flew over, asking, "Disciple, have you reached the sea expansion realm?" Seeing Ren Tianfei's messy hair, Han Fei was speechless. "Can't you tell that I've expanded my sea?" Han Fei said gloomily, "Don't flatter yourself." Ren Tianfei snorted. "What's wrong with admitting it? Come on, cast a divine technique on me. I've had a chronic disease in my body for a long time. Now you're as strong as a king. It's time." Ren Tianfei was making his presence known by calling him disciple, but Han Fei didn't care. Han Fei introduced him to Xia Shaochan. Old B***starred Ren Tianfei, the controller of the Yin heaven. Huh. Chao Tianji suddenly looked at Ren Tianfei. Is this guy the controller of the Divine Palace? He didn't know this until now. Han Fei said again, "Tang Yen has been hiding in the cloud whale to cultivate." Huh. Chao Tianji was stunned again. No wonder he didn't know where Tang Yin was hiding. He didn't expect that this guy had been hiding in the Cloud Whale. Han Fei looked at the man in a black robe and said, "This is the patriarch of the Thug Academy immortally. He is the last strong master of the Pure Yang sect. Oh, by the way, he also has another identity, Chiu Lai, the owner of the Spectre boat in the Level 3 fishery." Huh, junior uncle? Xia Shaochan thought to herself, what has happened in the Yin-Yang heaven in the years I was away? So many people have appeared. I thought it was just junior uncle. But it turned out to be the patriarch of the Thug Academy. He's really good at hiding. Under the black robe, Immortally revealed some immortal aura and smiled. The Pure Yang sect has produced a talent of this generation. You used to be a little girl, but now you're amazing. Xia Shaochan said, "Nice to meet you, patriarch." Finally, Han Fei looked at Peaceful and said, "This is Peaceful, the personal maid of the life queen of the water with divine palace. She has mastered the great Tao of space and is very powerful." After all, Xia Shaochan had been a princess for decades. Her temperament and figure made her nod slightly. She had the bearing that a princess should have, but she didn't usually show it. Therefore, when Peaceful saw Xia Shaochan's etiquette to her, she couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Just now, her temperament was not inferior to that of Her Majesty. This woman is not simple. At this moment, Han Fei glanced at Ren Tianfei and said, "Are you ready?" Ren Tianfei nodded. "Come on." Above the sky, a beam of light fell. Terrifying vitality and healing light instantly filled Ren Tianfei's body. From Ren Tianfei's throat, a low roar burst out. Han Fei could feel that there were a lot of internal injuries in Ren Tianfei's body. Even with his current understanding of the Great Way, after spending 200 years of vitality, he still couldn't heal half of this guy's injuries. And immortally, at the moment the heavenly awakening divine technique broke out, retreated 1,000 miles. He was horrified and said, "If this thing shines on me, I'll be half dead." Another heavenly awakening divine technique. This time, Han Fei directly injected 500 years of vitality into him. After half an hour, Ren Tianfei suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Nice, I'm going to make a breakthrough." Of course, Han Fei knew how difficult it was to make a breakthrough after cultivating the indestructible tyrant body. So, Han Fei directly threw out 10 dragon blood fruits, and 10,000 energy fruits floated in the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, millions of ultra-quality spiritual stones surrounded him. Seeing this, even Tang Yin couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Jinger was speechless. "How many resources have you cheated out of others?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Not many. I can make a fortune by robbing others in the outside world." Everyone, Han Fei thought to himself, Ren Tianfei's foundation is too deep, and this indestructible tyrant body was created by him. Therefore, this breakthrough was a sure thing. Han Fei didn't want to wait here. Han Fei said, "Ancestor, please keep an eye on him. I'll go back to the Scattered Stars Island first." Immortally nodded. "Go. You teachers and students don't get together much. This time, finally everyone is here. It's time to have a good reunion." Half a day later, Luo Xiaobai opened the sky curtain and arranged for people to go to the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. Finally, it was time to explain the cause and effect to the people, and Peaceful went back to the Shuemu heaven early in the morning to report the news. Along with her was Han Fei's incarnation. Since the Forest of Horrors and Black Blood City appeared in the Yin-Yang heaven, it was reasonable that the Demon Beast Alliance and the Human Clan's Immortal City should also appear in the Shuemu heaven. He knew both sides and could take care of them, and Han Fei's body appeared in the Thug Academy. At this time, a large group of people, large and small, old and young, surrounded a large table with a diameter of about 20 meters. This was a rotating round table that Han Fei had just made, mainly for convenience. Everyone sat in a circle and could chat while eating. However, unlike a normal round table, in the middle of this round table, there was a large pot with a diameter of 10 meters. In the hot pot was cooking. At this moment, a group of people were eating and drinking happily. On Han Fei's left was Xia Shaochan, and on his right were Tang Ge and Muling. Han Fei said, "Today there are many secrets about the Yin-Yang heaven and the 36 mysterious heavens, but now there is no need to hide them anymore. This trip to the chaotic ocean made me realize that the sea expansion realm is the real beginning of the road of a strong master." Zhang Xuanyu immediately retorted, "Forget it! You've been saying that since you were a hidden fisher. Now that you're going to be a sea expansion realm cultivator, you've changed your mind." Lu Renquang nodded. "Yes, the two of us have been cultivating with star beads, but now we're only junior venerables. Compared to you, we're not even worth talking about." Han Fei shrugged. "My realm hasn't changed." Xia Shaochan interrupted. "Don't listen to his nonsense. His realm hasn't changed, but he's much stronger. In the chaotic ocean, I'm afraid he's already invincible among those in the same realm." Zhang Xuanyu echoed, "So powerful? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about that sword strike of yours. You have to tell me about it later." Tang Ge couldn't help but interject. "That sword strike was too profound. I didn't understand it at all." Han Fei smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. Compared with that sword strike, I have a lot of things to share with you." Han Fei was about to brag when, with a swish, the void trembled and Luo Xiaobai returned. Xiaobai, I missed you so much." Xia Shaochan flashed and hugged Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai's face softened and she quickly said, "Be gentle. You Valkyrie, don't accidentally crush me to death." Xia Shaochan was puzzled. "Valkyrie?" Luo Xiaobai chuckled and said, "You don't know yet, but now everyone on the Scattered Stars Island calls you Valkyrie. You killed multiple venerables alone. It's hard for you not to be famous." Luo Xiaobai was a little more talkative. She pulled Xia Shaochan to take a seat and said, "I talked so much outside that my saliva was dry. But here you are, eating and drinking. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Old Bai said leisurely, "Well, the capable are always busy. If we don't eat and drink, what else can we do?" Old Jiang nodded. "Fatty Lu and I are chefs. We're very busy." At this moment, seeing everyone sitting around, Han Fei couldn't help but feel that all the hardships he had experienced were worth it at this moment. Chapter 1868. When the cage cracked, the spiritual energy and energy in the cage would naturally pour out. However, after all, the Yin-Yang heaven was so big, it would take at least a few years to double the spiritual energy and energy of the Yin-Yang heaven. It would take at least a few years or even longer. At this time, for the strong masters like Han Fei, they had actually felt the slight changes in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Luo Xiaobai said, "It seems that the cracking of the cage is not necessarily a bad thing." Thinking of what would happen after the cage was broken, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. "But it's not that good." At the dinner table, Old Bai laughed and scolded. "Boy, why didn't you come back earlier? You only appeared when Luo Xiaobai ordered the entire Yin-Yang heaven to move. It's exciting, isn't it?" Han Fei shrugged. "It's good enough that I can catch up. Xiaobai and I had some guesses before. 2 years ago, the problem of the crack in the cage might have something to do with me. This time, the crack is very likely to be the same problem. Maybe because I entered and left the Yin-Yang heaven, some uncontrollable factors happened. That's why the cage is cracked. But fortunately, this crack is not too big now. According to this speed, the wall of death may not completely collapse in decades or even 100 years." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "What kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den is our Yin-Yang sky? Why is it so difficult to get in and out? By the way, how did you find Xia Shaochan after you went out?" Old Bai also looked at Xia Shaochan and said, "This girl has grown up and is not as naughty as before." Xia Shaochan blushed and said, I didn't know that there would be so many students in our Thug Academy all of a sudden. Just when Han Fei was about to introduce Mu Qingchuan, Su Daiji, and the others to Xia Shaochan, with a swish, the star tortoise came to the Thug Academy. The star tortoise said, Han Fei, 2 demonic plants have come. Do you want to see them? With Han Fei's current perception, how could he not know that someone was coming? Han Fei said, let them wait. Look at how busy I am. I don't have time to talk to them. Now that he was strong, he had the confidence to speak. However, Luo Xiaobai still said, you'd better go. There are many strong demonic plants in this forest of horror. It's not that we can't accept them. Furthermore, even though you are strong, the human race needs to be strengthened and protected. You can't just rely on the experts of the Yin-Yang heaven. Old Bai said, Luo's words make sense. Although the Forest of Terror didn't ally with us, they didn't attack us either. Anyway, they're much better than the Black Killer King and the others. Han Fei shrugged and said, then I'll go. You guys eat first. Luo Xiaobai said, I'll go with you. In the waters outside the Scattered Stars Island, the terrifying Forest Ziluo, Sea Bamboo Man and Thousand Dragon had been waiting for a long time. Of course, they knew that with Han Fei's ability, he had long known that they were here. However, their identities had been swapped after all. With a powerhouse like Han Fei around, they wouldn't be safe even if they returned to the Forest of Horrors. Since that was the case, he might as well apologize and ask the humans to accept him. Although Han Fei was unbelievably strong, there were still too few ordinary venerables on the human side. Qianlong said, I still feel like we're walking right into a trap. Sea Bamboo Man shook his head. No, look at this island. Hundreds of millions of humans have made breakthroughs in their cultivation when the blood rain falls. And when we first came, you could feel the thin spiritual energy here, which is totally different from that in the cage. In my opinion, humans need strong reinforcements and helpers. Luo nodded. I agree. Look at these humans. Their average strength is not even that of a hanging fisher. It can be said that except for a few strong masters, there are no strong masters, and there is an extreme lack of explorers. If all the forces in the cage come out and the strong masters don't take action, how can humans resist them? However, we can help them. Are you willing to help me, humans? As soon as Luo said that, a man and a woman suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Who else could it be but Han Fei? Luo and the other 2 were surprised. How could the 3 of them be heard by someone else? When they saw Han Fei again, they found that he was no longer a weak junior venerable. If he didn't say anything, they would think that he had become a king. When Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai appeared, Xue Shenqi and Qin San were already here. However, obviously, the affairs of the Yin-Yang heaven could only be handled by Han Fei now. Xue Shenqi couldn't deal with a strong master of this level. When the 3 of them saw Han Fei, they didn't put on airs and cup their hands. Sea Bamboo Man said, just now the Forest of Terror was blind. But please rest assured, the Forest of Terror is different from the Black Blood City. We are not interested in killing. We are just demonic plants. If possible, the Forest of Terror is willing to ally with humans, just to occupy a place of survival in the Yin-Yang heaven. Han Fei smiled and said, first of all, don't call me your excellency. My name is Han Fei, the master of the Yin-Yang heaven palace. You can call me the 9th immortal master. Also, it's not an alliance, but a surrender. The Forest of Terror will surrender to the human race and slowly become a part of the Yin-Yang heaven, not the so-called alliance. You are not qualified. At this moment, Han Fei's words were very tough. Now, you want to form an alliance? Did I give you face? Qianlong and the other 2 people's faces immediately darkened. Han Fei said coldly, to tell you the truth, what I said just now was just something I made up to fool you, because my real body hasn't returned yet. The so-called Blood King and the entire Blood Sea Divine with City have been flattened by this immortal master. By the way, a few years ago, the Blood King tricked you to leave the Forest of Terror, but you didn't go. Everyone who went was parasitized and devoured by the Blood King. Speaking of which, I am the benefactor of your Forest of Terror. If I hadn't killed the Blood King, once he becomes a king, none of your people would have survived. Zi Luo, Si Bamboo Man, Qianlong. Han Fei's words caused huge waves in the hearts of the three of them, because from the beginning, they didn't think the Blood King was a good person. That was why they didn't choose to go with the Blood King. As for the thing that Han Fei tricked them just now, the three of them directly ignored it. They had already understood what was going on. However, the thing about the Blood King did make them shiver, because Han Fei didn't have to deceive them at all. The Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven were connected, so there would be an answer sooner or later. Besides, with Han Fei's strength, there was no need to deceive them anymore. At this moment, Han Fei raised his eyebrows and glanced at the three of them. Since you're here, you should know that you only have one chance. Either submit or die. There is no third choice. The three of them looked at each other at this moment. Although they wanted to refute him, they didn't dare. Han Fei chuckled. I'm not an unkind person. I'll give you 3 days to inform the other demon plants in the Forest of Terror. Give me an answer in 3 days. Si Bamboo Man. Thank you, 9th Immortal Master. Then the three of them looked at each other and left one after another. Luo Xiaobai said, You said before that although the Forest of Terror is not as strong as the Black Blood City and the Demon Beast Alliance, it's not weak. Once we completely take them in, we need to have the capital to keep an eye on them. At present, the only person who can keep an eye on them is you. At this moment, Xue Xinqi stepped forward and echoed, Yes. To suppress the demon plants, we still need to strengthen ourselves. At present, there are still too few strong masters in the Yin-Yang Heaven. Han Fei nodded. I won't leave in a short time. In these 2 days, I will set up a spirit gathering array outside the Wall of Death to guide the power in the cage smoothly into the Yin-Yang Heaven. But even so, it will take decades for the concentration of heaven and earth, spiritual energy of the Yin-Yang Heaven, to catch up with that of the cage. However, it's still possible to increase it by 2 or 3 times. Rome wasn't built in a day. Although Han Fei was strong, it was impossible for him to make everyone stronger at once. Xue Xinqi nodded. That's good. After bidding farewell to Xue Xinqi, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai returned to their seats in less than 5 minutes. Han Fei was puzzled to find that Xia Shaochan was sitting between Bai Lu and Yixian, and the three of them were whispering. Seeing Han Fei, Xia Shaochan immediately said, Don't eavesdrop. Han Fei. Han Fei's face darkened. Bai Lu was fine, but Yixian was too talkative. What was it that couldn't be leaked? Although he had told Xia Shaochan most of the things that had happened over the years, Han Fei still looked at Yixian and threatened her. But Han Fei still looked at Yixian and threatened. It seems that the 5 of you have been slacking off in the past 2 years. Chu Jinan, how did you teach your junior brothers and sisters? Are you always so relaxed? Chu Jinan was sucking a crab leg, and when he heard Han Fei suddenly mention him, he was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me? In a burst of laughter, everyone was full. In the end, Xia Shaochan still pulled Yixian and the others to whisper. Han Fei and Tango, on the other hand, found a shore and went fishing. On the cliff, Tango said, I still remember what happened when I was a child. I didn't expect that in less than 30 years, you have become the master of the divine palace. Han Fei smiled and said, We're brothers. After all, we're still brothers. You were the one who got me my swallowed spirit soup. To be honest, I still don't like fish soup. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 1869. Although Han Fei showed up in front of countless people this time, he was too domineering. The story that he killed the Snail King with one finger was spread by word of mouth and formed countless versions. Some people even said that Han Fei was tens of thousands of meters tall and could destroy the world with one finger. Many people in the villages and towns of the 36 towns now said that he was Marshal Han. But at this moment, Han Fei had become a character that no one cared about and no one cared about. It was mainly because Xia Xiaochan showed off her wealth in front of everyone. Immediately, a group of junior brothers and sisters all surrounded her, and even old Bai and old Jiang didn't want to talk to Han Fei. The people of the Thug Academy were just so realistic. In the end, only Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang came over. Seeing Zhang Xuanyu's expression, how could Han Fei not know what he meant? Before Zhang Xuanyu spoke, Han Fei said, "Even if I tell you this sword strike, you won't understand it." Zhang Xuanyu immediately said angrily, "How do you know that I can't understand it? I've always created my own combat skills since I was a child. You guys are all copying others' words. Come on, tell me." Lu Renkuang was more realistic. "Fei Fei, I'm poor. You may not believe it, but this path I take consumes a lot of energy and spiritual energy. I can't eat enough." Bam! Without saying a word, Han Fei directly threw a giant shark at Lu Renkuang. The shark hit the ground heavily, causing the ground to tremble. Wow, what realm is it? Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang were both junior venerables at this moment. Unlike Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei guessed that Luo Xiaobai could advance so fast because of the power of faith. After all, a supreme commander who was close to the people and diligent could also win the love and respect of the people. So Han Fei was not surprised that Luo Xiaobai had reached the intermediate venerable realm. However, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang, because they didn't have the power of faith, could quickly reach the venerable realm in a place like the Yin-Yang heaven because they grew up in the star beads. Han Fei smiled and said, "It's a half-king realm. What you need now is time to slowly nourish it. You just need to finish eating this half-monarch realm shark within 3 months." "Wow!" Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang exclaimed. "We ate such a big shark in 3 months!" The two of them took a look. This thing was thousands of meters long, and it was a genuine half-monarch realm creature. How could it possibly finish eating it in 3 months? However, at this moment, old Jiang shouted, "Brat, how dare you give him special treatment? Have you forgotten about us? Senior brother, what kind of shark is this? It's huge. Little junior brother, you're really... How tiring would it be for 2 people to eat such ingredients? Senior Marshal brother will help them." In an instant, a large group of people from the Thug Academy came. "Are you kidding me? Do you really not care about Han Fei?" The moment the giant shark appeared, a terrifying pressure appeared above the Thug Academy. Yes, for low-level cultivators, the corpse of a half-monarch realm cultivator could be used to visualize, and they could even rely on the pressure to cultivate. Han Fei said leisurely, "Oh, you're all here? Why don't you tell stories to your senior sister, Xiaochan?" As if they didn't hear him at all, they just pointed at the shark. Chu Linyuan said, "This tooth is extremely sharp. It's simply an ultra-quality treasure. We can cut it off." Xiao Zhan added, "This shark's blood is a huge tonic. We must not waste it. Such a big one is only enough for each of us to improve by at least 1 realm." Wenren Yu added, "This fin is also good. I've seen it. If it's refined into a set of hidden weapons, its power will be terrifying." Ling Yuan added, "Senior brother Han Fei, shouldn't you give us something practical? Senior sister Xiaochan's gift is 10 ultra-quality spiritual fruits, which we dare not eat with our current strength." Ishiyen added, "Senior brother, give us a gift." Su Daiji also shouted, "Gift!" Han Fei couldn't help but say, "It doesn't matter whether it's a gift or not. I want to add a new supreme technique to the Thug Academy. To put it bluntly, this great technique can be called a divine technique in the entire chaotic Azure Sea." "What technique? So magical?" "Fei Fei, I don't really believe what you're saying. Senior brother, Did you snatch this from the chaotic azure sea? Senior brother, we have already heard some of your deeds in the chaotic azure sea. Senior sister Xiaochan didn't mention any supreme technique. Brat, since it's a great technique to be shared, hurry up and give it to us. I'm so anxious. Xia Xiaochan seemed to think of something, looked at the shark again, and suddenly seemed to understand something. However, since Han Fei didn't say it, she didn't intend to say it either. She would just wait and watch the show. However, Han Fei said, "Wait a minute. Before that, I want to use my identity as the master of the Immortal Palace to send 2 people to our Thug Academy." Send people? Old Jiang asked, "What people?" Old Bai asked, "Did you bring back a few heavenly talents from the outside world? But their aptitude must be good." The next moment, Han Fei said, "Their aptitude must be good. 2 heavenly heritage aptitude. Not bad, right?" "What? The legendary heavenly heritage?" "Brat, you can't lie to me. Where are they? Where are they?" The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared beside Han Fei, and then Nen, Yin, and Xiao Se appeared in the Thug Academy. At the same time, the wood spirit, the fire seed, and the others also appeared. Everyone's heart did a flip. They knew that Han Fei could hide people in the sea-quelling painting. The wood spirit and the fire seed had appeared before, so they knew each other. They didn't know Xiao Se, but Xiao Se was in the venerable realm, so he couldn't be Han Fei's student. Old Bai and Old Jiang immediately fixed their eyes on Yin, and Nen. Han Fei's eyes, however, were attracted by the crab in Yin-Er's arms. In his eyes, information popped up. Name, King Crab. Introduction, King Crab, a species of behemoth, left from ancient times. It was reborn from King Crab. King Crab is the ultimate evolution of King Crab. If it needs to evolve further, it can't evolve further unless its life level has greatly evolved. King Crab has a gentle personality and is generally friendly to any creature. King Crab has infinite strength, but its body is heavy, which is the drawback of evolution and the reason why they try to improve their bloodline. Ultimate King Crab can barely bear the burden of its own body. Level 1 Quality Primeval Mutant Realm Spiritual Awakening Great Path Space contains Chaotic Chi 721 Combat Skills Space Scissors Food Algae Shellfish Collectible None Absorbable Remarks Still in its infancy state. Han Fei took a breath. King Crab had evolved. His life level had improved and he had become a King Crab. Besides, if he remembered correctly, the ultimate King Crab couldn't bear the weight of his body, but this King Crab seemed to be able to. As for other information, its quality had changed from an ancient mutant to a primeval mutant, which was an excellent proof of bloodline improvement. It had its own great path of space, so it had inherited the characteristics of King Crab. Han Fei didn't know if King Crab had inherited King Crab's memories, but even if it had, it shouldn't be awakened for the time being. Yin, and Nian were a little timid when they saw so many strangers at once. Nian was fine because she had gone to school, but Yin followed Han Fei here, and everything she saw was extremely strange. Yin had been releasing her spiritual energy since she was a child and had never left the Jingxin Taoist Academy in the glass sky. The main reason was that Old Bai and the others were staring at her, giving her and Nian a very strange feeling as if they were treasures. Han Fei said to Yin, these are my teachers and senior brothers. With that, Han Fei said to Old Bai, President, this is Han, Yin, my biological sister. What? You have a biological sister? What's the story behind this? Han Fei said, Don't ask so many questions. Let me introduce them first. This is Han Yan. Don't tell me about her background. Anyway, they will be students of our Thug, Pyongyang sect. Old Bai stroked his beard and said, Okay, no problem at all. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang raised his eyelids. Do the 2 girls like alchemy and drawing arrays? Principal, I have the essentials of alchemy scripture and the true solution of array Tao. Are you interested? Han Fei's face turned green. When did old Jiang become so good-tempered after the meeting? If he hadn't heard that the other party had heaven's meridians, would he still be like this? Cough, cough. Some people should pay attention to their image. Then Han Fei led in, and said, This is already the yin-yang heaven. The spiritual energy here is a bit thin, but it's good for you now. In a few days, when Big Brother is done with his business here, he will bring him back to summon his ghost. You and Nian should stay at school for a few days. Senior brothers and senior sisters are doing well. Yes. All right. After all, Han Ina was more sensible. She was not as noisy as Ishiyen. She was a quiet girl. Han Fei introduced them one by one. This is President Bai, a money grubber. Old Bai was fine at first, but the next second his beard flew up. What nonsense are you talking about? Han Ina was surprised. Was the relationship between the teachers and students in the school so good? Han Fei introduced again. Old Jiang, Vice President, delicious. Puff, the corner of Han Yin-er's mouth twitched, and Nian, I handed a bag of potato chips to old Jiang. Grandpa Vice President, have some. Old Jiang, first update, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1870. Nian was still a child, although she knew how to treat people. She had only studied for half a year and often caused trouble, so her concept of delicious food was, who can't be delicious? When it came to food, she thought she had found a kindred spirit. Old Jiang took the potato chips speechlessly and then glared at Han Fei fiercely, thinking, You've lost all my face. Han Fei introduced. This is senior sister, Jiang Qin. Senior brother Chu Linyuan and senior sister Mu Qingchuan, senior brother Wang Dashuai and senior sister Bai Lu. Don't you already have a daughter? Is it a daughter or a son? Where are they? Wang Dashuai immediately blushed. Well, not yet. Bai Lu nodded. Soon. It'll be just a few years. Han Fei nodded. She's definitely talented. Our Thug Academy is going to have another heavenly talent. Then Han Fei continued, Teacher Xiaozhan and Teacher Wenrinyu. They're both the best teachers in this world. They taught me before. Senior sister Jiang Qin, senior brother Yang Xia, junior uncle Jiang Chao. We're all family. Sister Qin, you have to have one too. Jiang Qin glared at Han Fei. Why don't you have one yourself? Han Fei said awkwardly. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan are your senior brothers and sisters. Xiaonan has a good temper, and Ling Yuan has the demeanor of a big sister. They're also a pair of beautiful girls. This is Yi Shiyan, Su Daji, Gu Qi, Xingyu, and Su Sanqian. They're your peers. Now their strength is neither good nor bad, and they lack tempering. Han Yin was speechless. What kind of school is this? Why are they all one-on-one? My brother and Xia Shaochan are also a pair. In the end, Han Fei introduced, and this is my generation. Your brother, your sister-in-law, this fat guy named Lu Rinquang, this handsome guy named Zhang Xuanyu, and senior sister Xiaobai, the busiest girl you've seen today. The five of us were the most perfect combination. After introducing them one by one, Han Fei looked at the tree spirit and the fire company. Han Fei said, The five of you don't need to go back to the sea, quelling painting. There are too many things in this world that you need to experience. If you are willing, you can also join my Pure Yang sect. In the future, you will be the Pure Yang sect's legendary mountain protector. Yes, master, Han Fei said. From today on, I am no longer your master. Everyone has their own fate. Although you are not human, you are not human. However, they were all legendary creatures and should be the main characters of this world. After hiding in the sea quelling painting for so long, it was time for it to come out. Now that something has happened to you, you can cultivate in the outside world, and your growth will be extremely fast. Perhaps in the future, the Chunyang Daoist mansion will also need the protection of the few of you. Tinder, Punishing Saber, and the others were all excited. They didn't have to return to the sea-quelling painting, which meant that they were completely free and could finally enjoy their lives to the fullest. Seeing Emperor Ba lazily absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by from time to time, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "His name is Little Ba, and he is of the same generation as our father. In theory, you have to call him uncle, but I don't know if he has his own memory. Since he likes to nestle in your arms, you can take him with you and call him Little Ba." With that said, Han Fei took out a swallowing seashell and handed it over. "Little Ba can't be treated badly. We owe him a favor. If he doesn't have enough spiritual energy, you can feed him." Er's eyes lit up. "Can I?" Han Fei chuckled. "Why not? Little Ba is close to us. Since he likes to nestle in your arms, there must be a reason. It's not just because he covets your spiritual energy." Nodded heavily. "Then I'll take him with me." At this moment, Han Fei said to the others, "Now, I'm going to teach you a great technique one by one. Because such a great technique can't be recorded on jade slips, I can only teach it to you one by one." Seeing that he was getting down to business, everyone was shocked. A great technique recorded on jade slips? What kind of great technique was this? Han Fei said, "Zhang Xuanyu, you go first." Zhang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you going to pick the president first?" Han Fei said, "This is a problem of your physical fitness and strength. With this serious mismatch, this great technique has a better effect on you than on everyone else, so you have to go first, right?" Zhang Xuanyu frowned. "It's related to physical fitness. Is it a great technique on body refining?" Han Fei pointed at the void, and a golden light directly disappeared between Zhang Xuanyu's eyebrows. This guy immediately stood still and digested the great technique of the pure mystic body. After a while, when everyone stood here and absorbed the pure mystic body, Xia Shaochan said, "It seems that you can only rely on yourself." Han Fei nodded slightly. "There are cracks in the cage. With the current leakage of spiritual energy and energy, the cage will definitely collapse in 100 years at most. At that time, once the cage is broken, even if the heaven and earth natural array still exists, its power will drop sharply, and I'm afraid it will no longer be able to stop the 36 black heavens. Therefore, I must do everything I can to make them stronger and the entire yin-yang heaven stronger." Xia Shaochan nodded. "We will. At least we still have 100 years." Swish, swish. At this moment, two figures appeared in the Thug Academy almost at the same time. Who else could it be except for the Thug Patriarch and Ren Tianfei? However, at this moment, Ren Tianfei was still slightly exuding the power of a half-king. He said, "It feels so good to be back to the half-king realm. Even if I become a half-king, I'll just become a half-king again." "Ha ha!" Ren Tianfei chuckled, and Han Fei didn't know what he was talking about. Li Daxian said, "Han Fei, don't you understand? This guy has been restored to the half-king realm, which basically means that he is going to become a king." "Huh?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "What's going on?" Li Daxian said he is not a king. How can he really live for tens of thousands of years? His real peak has always been a king. Wow, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Damn it, he had never thought of that. But now that Li Daxian pointed it out, he immediately understood everything. Yes, if he was not a king, how could he live for tens of thousands of years? How could he be acquainted with his mother? It seemed that old Ren seemed to have been seriously injured because of something. Like old Han, his strength plummeted and he fell from the Pioneer Sea realm. Ren Tianfei said, "Han Fei, with your current strength, no one in the yin-yang heaven or even the waterwood heaven can do anything to you. You need to find a way to expand your sea as soon as possible. The yin-yang heaven needs a king, and the first king can only be you." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Got it. Let me deal with the yin-yang heaven and the waterwood heaven first. I guess I have to go to the waterwood heaven." Ren Tianfei nodded slightly. I'm going back to the central holy city. I'll wait for you there. Han Fei said, I might not make a breakthrough there. Rin Tianfei said, You will go there eventually. After Rin Tianfei left, Han Fei said, Patriarch, didn't you say that you went to the divine palace to find a body? Is that true? Li Daxian nodded. It's true, but my body is gone. I don't have an incarnation, so focusing on the undying is the only way. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. If your body is revived, is there a chance for you to come back? Li Daxian nodded. The possibility is not high, but if my body is restored, I can completely switch to the undying art and become a top expert among the undying. Han Fei said, I'm not strong enough now. I'll think of a way later. In fact, Han Fei didn't want to try at all. Unlike Ren Tianfei, Li Daxian was currently an undying, and behind the undying was the undying temple. He hadn't figured out the relationship between the void temple, the undying temple, and the temple of time. So he wouldn't help Li Daxian now. When he knew more about it, he would take a look at it. The pure, mystic body had been passed down. King Ba had woken up, and the yin-yang heaven had been pacified. Luo Xiaobai was organizing and arranging work. While explaining the reasons to everyone in the yin-yang heaven, she also announced that the yin-yang heaven would bring a new wave of breakthroughs, so that everyone could take advantage of the bloody rain to cultivate and make breakthroughs. In addition to indicating that the threat of the wall of death had been eliminated, it also announced that the concentration of spiritual energy in the yin-yang heaven would gradually increase, which reassured everyone. When everything was ready, Han Fei looked at Xia Shaochan and said, I need to make a small breakthrough, which will take about a day. In case the demonic plants of the Forest of Horrors come here while I'm away, you should stay on the Scattered Stars Island. Xia Shaochan nodded. Don't worry. Go ahead. Now is a troubled time. Let's wait until everything calms down. Millions of kilometers away, somewhere on the sea, with a thought from Han Fei, 2 strange lights, one black and one white, drew a huge black and white circle between the sky and the earth. As soon as he stepped on it, a terrifying pressure sealed the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of ultra-quality spiritual stones flew out, and thousands of spiritual fruits fell into the yin-yang circle. After a full 12 hours, Han Fei found that little black and little white's bodies began to grow slightly longer. Their bodies became slimmer, and their long phantom tails made their bodies half real and half illusory. When little black and little white appeared, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, swallowing fish introduction. This is the descendant of the mysterious ancient yin-yang sky, swallowing fish. The black and white fish live together. The white fish is docile, while the black fish is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one of them survives, the other won't die. Level 80, quality, mysterious, storage of chaotic gas greater than 10,000 strands. Food, everything can be swallowed, combat skills, supreme yin-yang wheel. Spirit swallowing body, fusion, Gemini divine technique, yin-yang millstone soul power fusion. One day, remarks, the black fish can't be seen. Except for the master. Only the yin-yang divine eyes born by heaven and earth can see through it. After fusion, its combat power will be greatly increased, and it will be comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Second update. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 1871. After a long time of accumulation, at least in Han Fei's opinion, little black and little white finally became venerables. Normally, the growth of an associate spirit wouldn't be slower than that of its master. However, Han Fei's growth was too fast, so his associate spirit and contractual spiritual beasts grew extremely slowly. The only thing that surprised Han Fei was the Emperor Sparrow. According to its speed, it would only take a few more years for it to become a venerable. Of course, Han Fei had decided to stay in the yin-yang heaven for decades, so he wasn't in a hurry. He had forged the universe and time acceleration. If he gave little black and little white 10 years, it would be equivalent to more than 300 years. How could he worry that their strength couldn't improve? Dad, after the breakthrough, Little White appeared in front of Han Fei like a wisp of white silk. At this moment, Little White's eyes were smart and not as childish as before. And Little Black looked even colder, like a lurking hunter, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow. What Han Fei was surprised about was the yin-yang millstone technique. This was the big millstone that sealed the savage abyss, but it was awakened when Little Black and Little White made breakthroughs. Didn't this mean that he could also exert the power of the yin-yang millstone? Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Yin-yang millstone." Suddenly, above the sea, a vortex suddenly appeared. 1,000-meter-long yin-yang pattern grew larger and larger and expanded at an extremely fast speed. It didn't stop until it stretched for about 800 kilometers. The yin-yang millstone, black and white, rotated in opposite directions. A massive amount of energy gathered around, surging and growing. The spiritual energy and energy within 10,000 kilometers were gathering at an extremely fast speed. These energies entered the millstone, and under the crushing of the yin-yang millstone, extremely pure energy and spiritual energy emerged in the center of the millstone. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. How similar was this yin-yang millstone to the yin-yang millstone that sealed the savage abyss? It transformed the mixed energy and spiritual energy into the purest spiritual energy and spiritual energy. Also, the speed of absorption and transformation was beyond his expectation. Almost instantly, Han Fei thought of one thing. If the yin-yang millstone was used in the savage abyss, who could cultivate faster than him? Although he understood this, there was nothing he could do now. Except for the power of his divine soul, he could already transcend the tribulation and become a king. After all, he had too many resources available in Forge the Universe. He only needed to wait for a few days to take to the Sky Meditation Garden, and the plan to become a king would officially be put on the agenda. With a thought, Han Fei deactivated the yin-yang millstone, put away Little Black and Little White, and flew away. An hour later, Han Fei stood in the 9-palace secret realm that appeared in the abyssal chasm. Han Fei placed the water fairy and the divine sun in this paradise. When he came back, he was shocked to find that 2/3 of this mystic realm had been devoured by the water fairy. 1/3 of the upper and lower parts still remained the same. As for where the divine child was, it had grown into a small red sapling that was 1/2 meter tall. Han Fei was speechless. "Divine Prince, aren't you growing too slowly? According to this speed, in another 2 years, Teacher will most likely give birth to spiritual intelligence, and you probably won't even have a place to live." Han Fei scanned with his perception and found no signs of spiritual intelligence recovery, so he left here. On the offshore platform, there was no one here now, because there was an inexplicable suction force nearby which would absorb people's spiritual energy. There was no trace of people within 20,000 kilometers of this place. When Han Fei arrived, he waved his hand and a directional teleportation array appeared. When Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array, he came directly to the altar on the offshore platform. With the ability of the Emperor Sparrow, it shouldn't be difficult for it to know that he was here. Sure enough, soon a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. "Come back when the King Tribulation is coming." Han Fei was furious. "Fine, you're all masters. I'll leave." He thought he would have to leave for a day, but it turned out that he returned to the Scattered Stars Island in less than a day. He thought to himself, "I have tens of millions of resources, but you don't know how to cherish them." When Han Fei came back, he happened to run into Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai, who were making arrangements for the Forest of Horrors. Because Luo Xiaobai hadn't accepted Han Fei's inheritance of the pure mystic body, she glared at Han Fei when she saw him. When Zi Luo and the others saw Han Fei return, they immediately became cautious. Luo Xiaobai said the demonic plants of the Forest of Horrors, because they are too large, can't transform. You'd better not be stationed near the Scattered Stars Island. I have divided more than a dozen grassland spiritual plants on the sea map of the Inyang heaven for you. You can live in peace for the time being. However, you must set up a habitat nearby, and a half-king realm powerhouse must be stationed there. Luo Xiaobai rambled on, and when she finished, Han Fei added, also, the demonic plants of the Forest of Horrors can be exchanged for resources with humans. Don't be stingy with your spiritual fruits and spiritual liquids. If you want to integrate into the human race, you need to give us some practical benefits. Sea Bamboo nodded. Of course. The Forest of Horrors doesn't have many things, but there are a lot of spiritual fruits. Every year, we will provide more than 100,000 spiritual fruits for establishing diplomatic relations with the human race. Luo Xiaobai glanced at him and thought to herself, Han Fei is really different. She mentioned it once before, but this Sea Bamboo guy didn't respond. However, Han Fei just casually added, and this Sea Bamboo guy even told her the detailed figures. Han Fei said again, by the way, I know there is a gap between you and the Demon Beast Alliance. But if the Demon Beast Alliance enters the Inyang heaven one day, the two sides will not fight anymore. Of course, I will also restrain the people of the Demon Beast Alliance from fighting with you. Zi Luo said, Divine Master Han Fei, the war between the Forest of Horrors and the Demon Beast Alliance is because of the competition for resources. Now that the human race is in the middle, there is no need for us to compete for resources, so there is no reason for us to fight again. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's good. Go and arrange for the demonic plants to come over. Don't let most of the explorer-level demonic plants leave the cage or go too far away from the cage for the time being. At present, the cultivation resources of the Inyang heaven are limited. Since they can cultivate in the cage, they'd better not compete with humans for resources. Although Zi Luo and the others didn't want to, they could only nod. After all, no one wanted to stay in the cage anymore. However, the resources of the Inyang heaven were indeed limited at present. Zi Luo asked tentatively, Divine Master Han Fei, although the demonic plants can't enter the Inyang heaven in large quantities, can they come to the human world occasionally? After all, most of the demonic plants have been in the cage for a lifetime. Han Fei nodded. Yes, if they can change into human form, no matter how different they look, they can go to the Scattered Stars Island to visit and live temporarily. Zi Luo and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly cupped their hands. Thank you, Divine Master Han Fei. As soon as this was done, Han Fei's heart did a flip. His incarnation is back? After a moment. After Han Fei stored his incarnation into Forge the Universe, he said to Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan, as expected, the Demon Beast Alliance and the Immortal City have appeared in the Shuemu Heaven. I have to go there. Another half a day later. Shuemu Heaven. Because Xia Shaochan was cooperating with Luo Xiaobai to accept the people from the Forest of Horrors, Han Fei came alone. In the channel, Han Fei felt the power that sealed the channel, which was trying to suppress him desperately. Yes, the pressure on Han Fei's shoulders was quite great. However, the power of this seal couldn't completely suppress Han Fei. It could be said that if Han Fei really fought back now, the channel might not be able to stop him. After meeting the 1,000 trees and the tree of dead leaves guarding the channel, Han Fei came out. With one step, he stepped directly under the Immortal Palace. Han Fei's sudden arrival made the venerable bat, who had been guarding here all year round, suddenly change his expression. Han Fei said, Is the queen here? The venerable bat said vigilantly, Yes. Is your strength stronger than that of a half-king? Han Fei smiled gently. Sort of. Without talking to the venerable bat, Han Fei's figure directly appeared in the teleportation array, and the next moment he appeared in the Immortal Palace. Jing was not there. Han Fei was at the entrance. From a distance, he saw the Life Queen watering the flowers. Han Fei asked, Junior sister, why did you fight with the people of the Demon Beast Alliance? My incarnation should have explained the situation. The Demon Beast Alliance is our ally. The Life Queen raised her head. Are you questioning me? Han Fei's face darkened slightly. I'm not questioning you. I'm criticizing you. Han Fei felt the power of a king surging toward him in an instant. However, now that he dared to call himself senior brother, how could he be afraid of the Life Queen? Han Fei's aura suddenly soared, instantly breaking this power. The Life Queen's palm trembled slightly, thinking to herself, what a terrifying increase in strength. I'm actually no match for him in the Immortal Palace? Han Fei said, There's nothing to be surprised about. There's nothing strange between us. Let me tell you about the situation outside. You will know that both my Yin-Yang Heaven and your Waterwood Heaven are extremely short of power now. The Life Queen frowned. They want to transcend the tribulation and become kings as soon as they come out. They treat this place too much as their own home. The resources and Tao of the Waterwood Heaven are only enough for Jing, to become a king at most. Now why is it their turn? Han Fei said you're wrong. In 10 years at most, the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven need more than 5 people in the Pioneer Sea Realm. In another 10 years, it's best to have 10 people. Believe me, the cage has been broken. The resources and Tao of the world, there are definitely enough people to become kings. The 3rd chapter. I need to prepare for becoming a king in these 2 days. I need to deal with the chores. Do you want to see Han Fei become a king? Anyway, it's only a few days. End of this chapter. Chapter 1872. In Han Fei's opinion, the Life Queen was too conservative. In the past, it was completely understandable that Chao Tianji and Tang Yan were not allowed to come to Shuimu Sky. After all, at that time, there were internal and external troubles. If the experts of the Yin-Yang Sky also came here to undergo tribulation and become kings, not only would the relationship between the two sides completely collapse, they might even become enemies. But that was then, and this was now. The seal on the cage had been broken, but not everyone in the cage was an enemy. The Demon Beast Alliance and the human race's immortal city were 2 forces that the Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven had to accept. The Life Queen gave Han Fei a deep look. Tell me why I have to accept it. Han Fei said, You should know where I have been in the past 2 years. The Life Queen nodded slightly. Although I don't know how you got out, you shouldn't have been in the Yin-Yang Heaven or the Waterwood Heaven for the past 2 years. Han Fei got up. The outside world is called the Chaotic Ocean. The remaining 26 immortal palaces were divided into 13 heavens of the inner region and 13 heavens of the outer region. They were not united. Aside from the human race, there were also the Martial Emperor City, the 100 Fiend race, the Underwater Humans, the Giant Beast race, the Merfolk Royalty, the 10 Pirate Crews, and many other factions. Among them, any one of the top 10 pirate groups had a king among them. As for the other factions, they had at least 1 Sea Expansion Realm expert, while at most they had dozens of Sea Expansion Realm experts. As for the Exalt Realm, I'll be frank with you, there are no less than 100,000 Exalt Realm experts in the entire Chaotic Ocean. As for the Explorer Realm, there were countless of them. Is there a need for us to bicker over whether the Shuimu Sky has 1 or 2 kings? The Life Queen frowned slightly. The outer realms are so powerful. Han Fei shrugged. It's even better than what I said. Let me put it this way. The place where our Yin-Yang Sky and the Waterwood Sky are located is actually just a dangerous place in the chaotic, vast ocean. Entering and exiting this place required a special method. The destruction of this cage should have something to do with me entering and exiting it. I'll give you a time estimate. In less than 100 years, the entire cage will definitely collapse. At that time, we will no longer be able to stop the experts from the outside world from entering. The Life Queen asked, Is there a grudge? Han Fei sneered. Not just hatred. Their hatred was as deep as the sea. The Golden Crow did not appear out of nowhere in the Shuimu Heaven. 80,000 years ago, the Golden Crow, the 9 palaces, the jellyfish, and the Inyang Palace had come here because they were being hunted by some immortal palaces. This enmity has existed for 80,000 years. Do you think it can be resolved so easily? The Life Queen pondered for a moment. What's your current strength? Just now, the Life Queen found that Han Fei's strength had exceeded her imagination. Although Han Fei was still a half-king realm cultivator, this half-king realm cultivator was completely different from the previous Han Fei. At that moment, she felt that Han Fei didn't care about her power at all. Han Fei grinned and said, "If I had another chance, the White Armor Emperor wouldn't last more than 100 moves in my hands." Wow! The Life Queen's heart skipped a beat. She spilled half of the water in the ladle in her hand. There was another meaning in Han Fei's words. With her current strength, she couldn't last more than 100 moves in front of Han Fei. The Life Queen had never thought that Han Fei would grow so fast. How many years has it been? When Han Fei first entered the Waterwood Heaven, he was only a peak-level law enforcer. But now he was already able to kill King Realm Transcendence. The Life Queen said, "You go and negotiate with the Demon Beast Alliance and the Immortal City. It's okay if you want to make a breakthrough in the Waterwood Heaven. But if something goes wrong, I may not have the ability to take responsibility." Han Fei smiled and said, "No need to take responsibility. When they understand the current situation, they will naturally know how dangerous their situation is. We only have 100 years at most. In these 100 years, if we can't improve the strength of the cultivators of the Waterwood Heaven and the Inyang Heaven by 2 or 3 levels, when the cage breaks and the desperate situation opens, everyone will be in danger. 2 or 3 levels." The corner of the Life Queen's mouth twitched. "Don't you feel a toothache when you say that? The improvement of the overall strength of a race can't be done overnight. 2 or 3 levels. This meant that the average strength of the entire race would cross 2 or 3 dimensions. In the past, hanging fishers were the mainstream, and now they were going to become the mainstream explorers. How exaggerated was this? Han Fei said, "It's actually a good thing that the cage is broken." A large amount of spiritual energy and energy in the cage poured into the Inyang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. This force will sweep across the 2 realms in a short time. The foundation of people's cultivation must be improved by at least 2 levels. So I'm not exaggerating. At least we have to try. The Life Queen looked at Han Fei. "As you said, can a few more kings stop the forces in the outside world?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No. However, in the outside world, I have already won over the 6 immortal palaces as allies. Although it's still not enough, at least we need to work hard to grow. As for the rest, let's wait until I transcend the tribulation and become a king." The Life Queen asked, "The Inyang Heaven is still suppressed by the eye of the heavenly path. How can you become a king?" Han Fei said, "I have my own plans. I came here just to persuade you. After all, I am more convincing than my incarnation." The Life Queen said, "They are near the wall of death, near the Blood Sea Divinewood City and the White Shell Royal City. Now, these 2 forces are suppressed by me in the cage. Jing, and the Insect King are negotiating with them." Han Fei nodded. "That's right. I'll take care of this matter." At the crack in the cage, on the Demon Beast Alliance's side, big demons and strong masters gathered. An army of hundreds of thousands of explorers was ready to go, roaring non-stop. At this moment, on the other side of the crack behind Old Goat, beast roars kept coming. Xiong Chaoshui asked, "Old Goat, how long do we have to wait?" "The Bull Demon King has been gone for a day. Until now, there has been no news from him. Could it be that bastard doesn't care about us anymore?" The Wild Lion shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Think before you speak. Brother Bull said he was going to find his original body. He is only a junior venerable, so he will be slower." Jiao Mengyue said, "Be patient. Don't be too impulsive. After all, there are kings in this world." It won't do us any good if we fall out. Ma Yuhan said, "Let's see what Old Goat will do. What's the use of just roaring?" At this moment, Yang Shinji was standing at the crack, chatting with Peaceful. Yang Shinji said, "Girl, your strength has reached the false king realm, right?" Peaceful shook her head. "There's no such thing as a false king. A king is a king. How can it be true or false?" Yang Shinji sighed. "I can see that your luck is quite extraordinary. I'm afraid you are the next king of this world. Your queen must have trained you as a king, right?" Peaceful said, "I won't talk to you. You old man, you are very bad. When Han Fei comes, he will talk to you." Yang Shinji smiled and said he will let us go out. Peaceful was silent for a moment. According to Han Fei's situation, he should accept these people. However, they could go to the Inyang sky. In this way, the queen wouldn't have to worry. At this moment, suddenly the void shook, and a figure seemed to appear out of thin air beside Peaceful. Peaceful was surprised. "You are here? These people all say they are very familiar with you. However, no matter how familiar they are, they can't just come here without an invitation. What do you think we should do?" On the other side, Yang Shinji looked at Han Fei. "You are here?" Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at Peaceful. "Okay, I have already told the Life Queen that you can let them in. Even if they become kings, it doesn't matter." Peaceful was shocked. How is it possible? The resources of the world are limited. If so many strong masters come in and directly encroach on our home, how can we allow that? Han Fei said, "It's not that exaggerated. In this tribulation, the fate of all races is the same. I will tell you the specific reason later, but for now let them in first." Peaceful said, "Don't lie to me." Han Fei said, "Will I have candy if I lie to you? Here, this is a wisp of her soul. Look at it yourself." Han Fei handed a blue jade slip to Peaceful. Peaceful scanned it with her perception and heard the Life Queen say, "Listen to Han Fei." Peaceful gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and said, "Okay, come in, come in, come in." On the other side, Yang Shinji immediately opened his mouth and spat out a strange light that led to the crack. Behind the crack, all kinds of demon beasts were densely packed. Golden Tiger howled, "Brother Nyo, have you reached an agreement? This cage has been cracked. Why are they still blocking us?" Xiong Chaoshui asked, "Brother Nyo, your original body is a half-king? Or is it because you came to our demon-beast alliance before that you were just an incarnation?" Han Fei was speechless. "Should I tell you that I made breakthroughs all the way in a few years?" Han Fei shouted, "Everyone don't howl. All venerables come out first." Hearing Han Fei's words, the demon beasts couldn't wait any longer. With a few flashes of lightning, and the other thunder leopards appeared outside the cage. Then Mad Lion, Xiong Chaoshui, Golden Tiger, Jiao Mengyue, and the others all flashed out. Mad Lion said, "The spiritual energy here is too thin, isn't it?" Xiong Chaoshui exclaimed, "I've never seen such a tranquil sea." Han Fei looked at the windy sea. "You call this tranquil?" Jiao Mengyue said, "It's extremely safe here. Comfortable, it's so comfortable. I feel like I'm being massaged by the wind." Ma Yuhan smiled leisurely. "Yes, although the quality of the spiritual energy is a bit poor, we've finally come out." In an instant, more than 300 venerables appeared in the outside world. At this time, Han Fei said, "Don't howl. Listen to me first. In this place, the spiritual qi was thin, much weaker than in the cage. And the range of this place is only 8 million kilometers. So, if you all come out at once, the spiritual energy and energy in this place will make most people's cultivation stagnate. So, my suggestion is not to come out at once. Let's connect the inside and outside of the cage, and from then on, we can communicate with each other." Chapter 1873. After a while of quarreling, Han Fei and Old Goat walked together in the end. After all, Arguing with too many people wouldn't make things clear. Old goat, this cage has been broken, and I can understand that this world's space is limited. However, I heard from the peaceful girl that the area you rule isn't here, but in Yang Sky? After all, our Demon Beast Alliance isn't familiar with the people from the Shuemu Heaven. Why don't we go to your Yin Yang Heaven? Han Fei said with a wry smile, "Of course I'll welcome you." However, Yin Yang Sky and Waterwood Sky were about the same size. The biggest problem is that the Yin Yang Sky is temporarily unable to transcend tribulation and become a monarch. In the Yin Yang Sky, the heavenly Tao Dharma, I was watching. Unless I can decipher the eye of heaven's path. Otherwise, our Yin Yang Heaven wouldn't have produced a king. Eye of heaven's path? Old Yang was stunned. They were acquaintances, and Han Fei had a good relationship with 100,000 mountains. If he went to Han Fei's place, it should be good. However, who would have thought that there would be such a level of heavenly Tao suppression there? Han Fei continued, "The eye of the heavenly path is one thing. If you're just worried that the Waterwood Heavenly King won't make a move, then you can rest assured. The Life Queen of the Waterwood Heaven is my junior martial sister. She won't make things difficult for you. Why don't you wait for a few years? Once I break the Heavenly Tao Eye, all of you can come if you want. By the way, I have something to tell you." Old goat, huh? I accepted the Forest of Horrors. From now on, the battle between the Demon Beast Alliance and the Forest of Terror will cease. You accepted the Terror Forest. Old goat could not help but frown. Why? One had to know how the demonic plants in the Forest of Horrors cultivated. Their bodies were filled with murderous auras, and their energy was chaotic and deformed. Do you still want to accept them? We have to accept it. In the outside world, it's called the chaotic ocean. Han Fei explained to Old Goat in detail what he had explained to the Life Queen. Then he said, "You can tell what I said to everyone in the Demon Beast Alliance. In any case, the wall of death would shatter completely within 100 years. At that time, we might face a great danger from the chaotic Azure Sea." Old Goat took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the Yin Yang Sky and the Waterwood Sky aren't the real outside worlds. This place is still a cage. Han Fei said, "You may not believe it. Not to mention that we're all in a cage. Isn't the chaotic Azure Sea a sort of cage as well? There's one more thing. You should be mentally prepared." Old Goat, as long as it's not the Monster Beast Alliance's survival, my mental fortitude is very strong. Han Fei said, "Black Blood City is gone. Black Killer Snail King, that clown, I've killed him. I've left over 100 venerables for Black Blood City to serve as stepping stones for the growth of our races. From now on, if your Demon Beast Alliance wants to train your troops, I'm afraid you can only let the little demons grow freely." What? For the past 2 days, Old Goat had been thinking about how to get out of this place and hadn't paid any attention to Black Blood City. Who the hell knew that Black Blood City was gone just like that? The Black Killer Snail King, who had been fighting against the Monster Beast Alliance for many years, also died quietly? Old Goat couldn't help but sigh. Old Goat pondered for a long time before he heaved a long sigh. That's good. In that case, we can only work hard for the next 100 years. Han Fei didn't chat with Mad Lion and the others one by one. After greeting them, he hurried to the immortal city of the human clan. For Han Fei, if it weren't for stabilizing the Forest of Horrors and settling down the Monster Beast Alliance and the immortal city of the human clan, he would have taken to the Sky Meditation Garden. He didn't have time to hang around here. That was not right. When Han Fei arrived at the immortal city of the human clan, the Insect King and many venerables of the Waterwood Heaven also gathered here. Compared to the Monster Beast Alliance, Jean Tong and the others led not only humans, but also countless undead creatures. There were more than 80 venerables in the immortal city. At this moment, they were all gathered here. In the human clan, except for the undead, Chun Xiang and the others were negotiating with the Insect King and the others. Chun Xiang said, "Since we can't talk to the Waterwood Heaven, Please lead the way and let us go to the Yin-Yang heaven. I'm Chan Xiang, the former Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island of the Yin-Yang heaven. You'll find out soon. The Insect King said indifferently, Wait for Han Fei. Qin Xiang. Suddenly the void trembled, and Han Fei stepped out of the void. As soon as he saw Han Fei, the Insect King was shocked. For some reason, he felt that Han Fei was suppressing him in terms of life level. General Han. On the immortal city of the human clan, Han Fei's former subordinates, Qin Yu, Long Shi, Hua Meng, and Yun Tianhe, all stood up and greeted him. Qin Xiang had a complicated look on her face. She couldn't understand Han Fei's current strength at all. It had only been a few years. Had his strength reached the half-king realm? Han Fei raised his hand and said lightly, I already know. The human clan can return. Let me talk to Jin Tong about it. Then Han Fei stepped to Jin Tong's side. The Jin Tong said, Your strength has surpassed mine. Han Fei smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he said, Senior Zhao and the Forbidden Land haven't come out, have they? Jin Tong shook his head slightly. No, he has a disciple and hasn't appeared on the grassland for several years. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He has a disciple? Is it the kid from back then? Han Fei quickly told Jin Tong the plan that he had just told Old Yang. But Jin Tong said, If that's the case, it's actually beneficial to cultivate in the cage. Han Fei said that's the truth. Now a lot of the spiritual energy and energy in the cage are escaping. His days in the cage would slowly become better. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait patiently for 2 years. After I solve the problem in the Yin-Yang heaven, I can take the entire human clan to the Yin-Yang heaven. Of course, including the undead creatures, the Yin-Yang heaven can also accept them. Jin Tong nodded slightly. That's good. I'll explain this to everyone. However, if Master revives and he makes a scene, will that life queen be able to stop him? Han Fei said, If he comes out, tell him that I know where the dragon is. Just inform me to come over. As long as he doesn't go to the Yin-Yang heaven. Otherwise, the Eye of the Heavenly Path is still here. If he goes there, he will almost certainly die. It was relatively easy to chat with Jin Tong. After all, Jin Tong was from the dragon-taming heaven, and he knew about the chaotic ocean. Of course, Han Fei also said that if he was really curious, he could send a small number of people to the Yin-Yang heaven to have a look, so that the Demon Beast Alliance and the Immortal City could rest assured. As for Old Yang and Jin Tong, they were actually just waiting for an accurate and trustworthy message. Since Han Fei had come, and he had a convincing reason, it was enough. His words carried enough weight. That was enough. They didn't care about staying in the cage for a few more years. With Han Fei's guarantee, they could communicate with the outside world, and they could temporarily leave the cage. After explaining the situation to the Insect King, Han Fei said, Tell the Life Queen that I'm leaving. The Yin-Yang heaven is also very busy. After I become a king, I'll visit you again. The Insect King was surprised. Aren't you going to take the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? You can just tell the Life Queen. Han Fei said, It's too slow to take the channel between the two worlds. Anyway, there are already a lot of cracks in the cage. I can just walk out of the cage. Half a day later, when Han Fei returned to the Thug Academy, he found that this group of people were cultivating the pure, mystic body around the shark corpse. As soon as Han Fei returned, he heard Zhang Xuanyu say, Fei Fei, this technique of yours consumes too many resources, doesn't it? An ultra-quality spiritual stone can only be used for 1%. What about the remaining spiritual energy? Han Fei said lightly, Put it in this world. Except for you, everyone else can use it. The only disadvantage of the pure mystic body is that the spiritual energy it needs is extremely pure. There's nothing I can do about it. Lu Rinquang said, Fei Fei, I feel that if we continue to cultivate like this, I'm afraid that we will all fall by at least one realm. Han Fei said, What's wrong with falling realms but not strength? Only with solid basic skills can you have deeper potential. I'd rather you fall by 2 or even 3 realms. Han Fei casually threw a sun moon shell and said, "Here are 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, which should be enough for all of you to completely consolidate your realm, and there's still a lot left. This is the only subsidy I can give to the Thug Academy. In the future, I won't give you any more resource subsidies." Wow! Everyone was dumbfounded. 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. How rich did Han Fei become after going out for a trip? With a swish, Old Bai quickly picked up the sun moon seashell in his hand and then said lightly, "You are now the master of the divine palace. We really can't give too many resources to our own sect. That's enough. I'll take good care of it for you, lest these troublemakers use it recklessly." Han Fei smiled and said nonchalantly, "By the way, where are Iner and the others?" Su Sanqian replied, "They were dragged by Yin Yen to go shopping." Han Fei couldn't help but be speechless. Are they all so careless? Are they lax already? Immediately, Han Fei scanned with his perception and looked for them. Chapter 1874. Although Yin-Er was born in the glass sky, she spent most of her time in the Jingxin Dao Academy. She knew very little about the outside world. In fact, Xian Feng had taken her out a few times. However, it was just for the novelty. She hadn't seen many prosperous scenes like the ones on the Scattered Stars Island. Although the Scattered Stars Island had just experienced a riot, it looked like a scene of thousands of things waiting to be done. However, the foundation of the Scattered Stars Island had always been thriving. Therefore, even after the turmoil, everyone still went back to doing what they were supposed to do. At this time, the blood rain was still falling from the sky, but it was not as exaggerated as the previous 2 days. The Tao contained in the rain allowed people to experience turmoil, and also allowed too many people to make breakthroughs. When more people made breakthroughs, spiritual energy storms could often be seen somewhere on the Scattered Stars Island. Because of this, there was not enough spiritual energy on the Scattered Stars Island in the past 2 days. Han Fei took out 1 million ultra-quality spiritual stones and set up a large spirit gathering formation for the Scattered Stars Island. Only in this way could he meet the breakthrough needs of countless people on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Yixian was holding Yiner's arm. Su Daiji and Nian were side by side, playing with Rubik's Cube toys. There were snacks floating around their mouths. Xia Shaochan led the crowd and looked at the Scattered Stars Island that had changed a lot, sighing. At this moment, everyone saw a small statue of Han Fei standing outside the refining hall and the logistics division. Yixian said, "Senior Sister Shaochan, during the time you were away, you didn't know how powerful Senior Brother Han Fei was. This matter has to be told from the time when Senior Sister Shaochan had an accident. Senior Brother Han Fei was only a hanging fisher at that time, but he directly attacked the Dark Hunter Legion and killed his enemy." Yi Xian's little mouth kept talking, but her story was quite interesting. Senior Brother Han Fei refined the Fei and Mu furnace and shocked the whole island. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei scolded Blue Feather, which was recorded in history. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei competed for the Sea Quelling painting and won the top of the Heavenly Talents list. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei entered the Thousand Star City, challenged the big shots of the Thousand Star City at the Heavenly Sword sect and challenged them, enforcing the law in battle, surpassing realms to kill the enemy. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei swept away all the enemies at the gate of the Thug Academy in the Thousand Star City. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei was a law enforcer and killed a Grand Venerable with one finger. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei broke into the Shuimu Heaven, the Dark War Port, and forced his way through the 4 Nine Kings tribulation. For example, Senior Brother Han Fei led the Scattered Stars Island to fight against the Black Killer Snail. Smack, Ishien took a bite of the strawberry in her mouth and said, "Now you don't know that senior brother Han Fei has become a national idol. On the Scattered Stars Island, the Thousand Star City, and the 36 towns, there were dozens of books about senior brother Han Fei. I recommend The Rise of the Cold Commander and The History of the Heroic Commander. These two books are more realistic." Xia Shaochan had mixed feelings. When Han Fei told her about it, he didn't mention it at all. But when it came from Yi Xian's mouth, he was mesmerized. Just by listening to him, he knew what Han Fei had been through these years. As for Yin, apart from being shocked, she was still shocked. So her brother was actually so powerful. He used to only have a low-level spiritual heritage. He was already 12 years old, but he was still a level 2 fisher? He was only a dangling fisher, but he could already roam the world? Compared with herself, Yin felt that Han Fei's life was incredibly wonderful. Even in the glass sky, there were countless strong masters. However, no one could do what her brother did. Xia Shaochan asked, "Where can I buy that book?" Ishien said, "There's one in the trade market outside the club. Come on, let's go have a drink." Not only senior brother Han Fei, but senior sister Xiaobai is also powerful. And my husband is also amazing. Let me tell you about it. Xia Shaochan and Ina were stunned. "You have a husband?" Yixian's face turned serious. "Yes, brother Yu." Xia Shaochan didn't understand for a moment. "Who?" Yixien said, "Zhang Xuanyu." Puff, Xia Shaochan was stunned. Zhang Xuanyu also has a wife now? This philandering sea anemone actually found a little cutie in silence? Yin couldn't help but ask, "Does the Pure Yang sect encourage puppy love?" Yixien immediately raised her head and said, "What's wrong with that? All the geniuses in the world are in our Thug Academy. We don't like anyone else. You don't know how many people want to enter our academy now. However, they don't have the qualifications and heritage. The Thug Academy branch in the Blue Sea Town has accepted some more students. However, they are not qualified to come to the Scattered Stars Island yet. They still need to pass the basic assessment." After a moment, everyone came to the street of the club, where many lively commercial systems, such as the trade market, the carnival shop, the combat skill exchange, and the food street were gathered. When Yixien came over, she saw a young man saying, "Hey, Missy, are you here for the hot pot buffet? The private room is still open today." Yixien was fascinated, but then she shook her head and said, "Not today. I'll come another day." "Okay, you can come anytime. Our school's private room has never been given to outsiders." "Okay, go ahead." Then Xia Shaochan said, "Is it the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant?" Yixien nodded, repeatedly. "Yes. Now the Fish Dragon's business has expanded to the Scattered Stars Island, specializing in food. The Fish Dragons have now opened a gourmet research association, recruiting all kinds of cooking enthusiasts to seek a breakthrough in cooking skills, trying to break the technical barrier left by senior brother Han Fei, and strive to walk out of the path of cooking left by senior brother Han Fei as soon as possible." Yin clicked her tongue. "It seems that my brother's cooking skills are indeed unparalleled in the world." Xia Shaochan was speechless. "He's already so busy and he still has the time to study this?" After a while, they walked to the rows of small vendors along the river. Here, they sold all kinds of rare conch shells, energy sea cucumbers, exquisite ornaments, ordinary combat skills, cultivation techniques, miscellaneous articles, and so on. Yixien led them over and said, "Boss, give me 2 copies of The Rise of the Cold Martial and The History of Heroes Commanding." "Okay. Hey, girl, we just bought a new book yesterday called The Return of the Cold Martial. It's a high-quality book about the journey of the Cold Martial. Do you want it? I only have a few copies." Yixien's heart did a flip. "A new book so soon? Is the author bragging about the small fish?" The boss nodded. Yes, yes, yes. You must be an expert." Yixien's heart did a flip. Yes, 3 copies. Okay. Just as Ishian paid the money and handed the new books to Xia Shaochan and Iner, she said, I heard that this big fish brags about the small fish. He's a rare storyteller. His brushwork is exquisite. It's extraordinary. All of a sudden, they saw a figure silently appear in front of them. Then they saw Han Fei say with a dark face, Ishian, the Thug Academy belongs to you. You wander around all day long. You don't learn great skills or cultivate. Do you want to go to heaven? Ishian exclaimed, Senior brother Han Fei, I'm just taking senior sister Xiaochan and Iner shopping. Shopping is a woman's nature. Xia Xiaochan raised her eyebrows. Why? Are you going to interfere with us girls shopping? Han Fei was speechless. Whose side are you on? I'm on Yanyan's side. Han, Marshal Han? Oh my God, nice to meet you, Marshal Han. Wow. Marshal Han, look, Marshal Han. Oh my God. Marshal Han is really handsome and extraordinary. Where? Marshal Han, can I have an autograph? Marshal Han, I am your idol. Oh no, you're my fan. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, the street was in an uproar. In an instant, the crowd surged, and a large group of people rushed over. F***CK, Han Fei immediately said, Come on, let's go back. With a swish, Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and the others disappeared into the crowd. The people who saw them disappear were all amazed, and those who heard the noise were still rushing in. Where is Marshal Han? Where did Marshal Han go? Where is Marshal Han? At this time the peddler roared, Back off! Marshal Han has read books in my stall. He has touched these. Don't touch them. What? Boss, look at you. You're running a business. How can you not sell things? Come on, these 3 books are mine. Someone scolded angrily, First come, first served. Which book did Marshal Han touch just now? Is it this Return of Marshal Han? I'll buy it. *T. I saw it first. The crowd was in an uproar. It was a mess. Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and the others had appeared in an open space thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei said, Ishian, we have to keep a low profile, okay? You are a heavenly talent of the Thug Academy. If you wander around outside every day, I will ask Zhang Xuanyu to ground you. Han Fei didn't take Han Fei as a strong cultivator at all, and even flirted with Han Fei. Han Fei, Xia Shaochan rolled her eyes. You're such a busybody. I propose to go out for a walk. Oh, really? Then let's go later. I'm here for Iner. At this moment, Han Fei's impression in Er's eyes had completely changed. Er's first impression of Han Fei was that he was domineering, arrogant, terrifying, and majestic. However, it seemed that this was not the case at all. This was a henpecked, annoying senior brother. None of the junior brothers and sisters were afraid of him. This feeling made her feel much closer to him. Xia Shaochan wondered, Why are you looking for Han Fei nodded. I've finished my business. I'm going to take to see a doctor. I may have to go for a while. Why don't you stay on the Scattered Stars Island for me? Xia Shaochan nodded. It's more important to treat the doctor. I want to know more about the Scattered Stars Island. Xiao Bai is going to sleep with me tonight. You can go. Han Fei. Chapter 1875. Han Fei's purpose in going to the chaotic, vast sea was to find These days, Han Fei had been tormented by the trouble of the cage crack for 2 or 3 days, and he was already impatient. No matter when was going to undergo her tribulation, she would have to fuse her Yang soul and Yin's soul together first. Only then could Er's illness be cured, and he could be considered a complete modern human. At this moment, Han Fei and stood outside the Sky Meditation Garden. Because Han Fei had changed his appearance, no one could recognize him. Han Fei said, your soul is in the Sky Meditation Garden. When the Yin soul fuses into your body, your heavenly meridian constitution will be fully activated. At that time, your strength should instantly break through to the next realm. Keep the resources I give you on standby at any time. You've been stuck at the peak of law enforcer for decades. Once you break through, I'm afraid you'll consume a lot of energy. Yin was also extremely nervous at this moment. She even subconsciously grabbed Han Fei's clothes and looked at the meditation garden in the sky anxiously. She turned to look at Han Fei, and for the first time, she showed a helpless expression. Will I still be me? Han Fei nodded. Of course, you will still be you, and your memories will not be lost. Your soul is still very young. It will not affect your memory. Come, I'll go with you. Han Fei had promised Yin, or that he would visit her often. However, he had only visited her twice in total. This time, it was a huge matter of Yin-er's soul and body merging, so he had to accompany her. When Han Fei and Yin-er entered the sky meditation garden, the vast grassland and the blue sky were the same as before without any change. However, the moment Han Fei and Yin-er entered the sky meditation garden, some ancient visualized objects in the sky meditation garden collapsed in an instant with a series of bangs. What happened? Many people were visualizing certain objects. All of a sudden, the visualization object was gone. Naturally, they were very surprised. Sensing this change, Han Fei immediately said, I'm Han Fei. From now on, I'll transform the sky meditation garden. Please wait patiently. Now, everyone, leave the sky meditation garden immediately. Hiss! Is it Marshal Han? General Han is going to remodel the sky meditation garden. Whoa! No wonder there was a strange movement in the sky meditation garden. Looks like Commander Han is planning something big. Marshal Han has indeed returned. It's said that he killed many half-monarchs in one strike. It's very likely that he's already become a monarch. Let's go! Let's go quickly and wait outside the sky meditation garden. Han Fei summoned thousands of projections at the same time and set up thousands of teleportation arrays. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sky meditation garden was cleared. As for Yin-er, she had already walked past some meditation objects. Rubber balls, wooden horses, wind chimes, slides. Wherever Yin-er's body went, there would be an illusory white color appearing. Han Fei followed him secretly. Yin-er did not come looking for him right from the start. Naturally, she had also sensed something. A connection was formed between the main body and the Yin soul. Now, they were just one step away. It all depended on when they would fuse together. After 4 hours, Yin-er's main body walked through the entire sky meditation garden and arrived at the center of the Infinity Tower. Suddenly, from the bottom of the Infinity Tower, a white shadow appeared. Han Fei could clearly sense that some weird changes had taken place in the space. This kind of change should be the change that occurred when he was pulled into Yin-er's world by Yin-er. However, this kind of power couldn't exclude a strong master like Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei could see Yin-er's main body and a child a few years old facing each other. Yin-er's main body didn't know what she felt. Suddenly, she began to sob slightly. However, the expression on her face occasionally showed a smile and occasionally showed sadness. The main body and the Yin soul looked at each other for about 10 minutes and then slowly stretched out their respective fingers. As if they were in perfect harmony, the Yin soul suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and directly sank into Yin-er's body. The next moment, Yin-er's body began to tremble slightly. With a long roar, Yin-er opened the sun-moon shell at the critical moment. In an instant, a massive number of ownerless souls escaped from those ancient meditation objects in the entire sky meditation garden. From the ground of the sky meditation garden, infinite spiritual energy and energy emerged. Coupled with Han Fei's preparation, almost in an instant, there was a change in the sky meditation garden. Thousands of vortexes of spiritual energy appeared, all converging at the bottom of the infinity tower. Crack! The sound of a breakthrough appeared. The energy in Een-Er's body seemed to explode all at once and began to run wildly. 2 hours. 2 hours. The breakthrough took a total of 16 hours. Een had broken through 4 small realms in a row. Logically speaking, this breakthrough should be almost over. After all, Een-Er was not like Nyen-Er, who might have accumulated a physique for tens of thousands of years. After the breakthrough, she could jump 4 levels in one go, which was already extremely terrifying. Now, she was not a law enforcer, but an explorer. She was equivalent to directly entering the realm of an intermediate explorer. In the 18th hour, as Han Fei expected, Een-Er barely broke through to the 5th level. This breakthrough came to an abrupt end. Just when Han Fei thought I was going to end this breakthrough, he saw Een-Er sit cross-legged, with golden light flashing between her eyebrows. The old turtle suddenly said, "She is awakening a spiritual beast." Huh. Han Fei looked surprised. It was said that Een-Er had never had a spiritual beast. At that time, Han Fei felt strange. He didn't expect that Een-Er's spiritual beast would be awakened at this time. However, thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. He didn't rise until his transmigration body merged with his original body. Perhaps his awakening process was the same as Een-Er's. Wasn't this? Han Fei waited for another half an hour. At this time, he saw a blue-gold goldfish, swaying its body, appearing in the void. Its body was not big, only 1 foot long, but its tail was 3 feet long and had 9 tails. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, 9-tailed immortal phoenix. Introduction. This is an ancient divine beast, the 9-tailed immortal phoenix, one of the most beautiful fish in this world. It has an immortal body. The 9 tails of the 9-tailed immortal phoenix contain the vitality of the 9-tailed immortal phoenix. When the 9-tailed immortal phoenix is fatally injured, it will burn one of its tails to be reborn. After rebirth, it will temporarily gain 9 times its combat power. If it wants to cultivate its lost tail back, it must undergo a tribulation. With its own divine skill, it can gain up to 9 times its strength in a short time according to its strength. Level 1 quality divine beast storage of spiritual energy greater than 1,000 points. Food omnivorous. Like shrimps and shellfish. Remarks. Divine beasts have the opportunity to become gods. Wow. After seeing the information of the 9-tailed immortal, Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Damn, a divine beast. In his life, the only opportunity to see a divine beast turned out to be his sister. Divine beasts, with their own divine skills, can gain up to 9 times their strength according to their own strength. Is this a joke? Han Fei himself could only increase his strength by 3 times with the help of the Great Path. Plus the invincible it was only 4 times. If he was in a state of frenzy, he could activate the chaotic energy and burn his essence and blood at most 5 times. It was almost impossible to increase his strength higher than this number. But now, Han Fei saw a spiritual beast with its own divine skill that could increase its combat power by 9 times. At that moment, he felt unwell. However, Han Fei still breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, this was his sister, not his enemy. Otherwise, if a person who was in the same growth state as him had such a spiritual beast. To be honest, he really wasn't sure. Phew, Ina let out a long breath. The surrounding energy and spiritual energy began to calm down. Except for her strength, she was still a little unstable, but everything was fine now. Her heavenly meridians should have been fully opened. As soon as Ina opened her eyes, she saw the 9-tailed immortal swimming around her. The goldfish's eyes were particularly attractive. Secondly, there was its long tail, which was like a long gauze ribbon. Ina suddenly covered her mouth, then looked in Han Fei's direction and exclaimed, "I have a spiritual beast!" Han Fei smiled and said, "There is only one divine beast in the chaotic ocean." Ina froze, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Ever since she was a child, she had given up on having this spiritual beast. Who could have expected that today, not only did she recover from her serious illness, but she also awakened a spiritual beast. Hugged the nine-tailed immortal and seemed to want to feel the taste of her spiritual beast. Suddenly, she remembered something. She ran towards Han Fei and hugged him. "Brother, thank you." Han Fei grinned and laughed. "What are you thanking me for? We are a family. Don't be so polite." Ian said, "If you hadn't gone to the glass sky to find me, I don't know how many more years of hardship I would have suffered." Alas! Suddenly a sigh attracted the attention of Han Fei and Ian. Han Fei suddenly looked sideways, only to see an elegant figure appearing not far away, looking at him with mixed feelings. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Shoot, old Han!" Han Fei was stunned. He had always thought that old Han was no longer in the Yin Yang heaven. He didn't expect that he was in the Sky Meditation Garden. Chapter 1876. Han Guanxu's appearance was beyond Han Fei's expectation. However, this was also a good thing. I had never seen her father since she was a child. Now that old Han was here, it was a blessing. However, Han Fei immediately found that something was wrong. This old Han had almost no power. Sure enough, Han Guanxu smiled faintly. "I'm just a soul. I stay here just to witness it." Han Fei nodded slightly and said to Iner, "Here, this is our father. His real body has gone out to do something big. I left my soul here to look at you." As for perhaps because of the fusion with the ghost, she might have some vague memories of the ghost. Therefore, when she saw Han Guanxu, she subconsciously wanted to trot over. However, after running a few steps, she found that something was wrong. For her, although Han Guanxu was her biological father, at least he looked like a stranger. Han Guanxu smiled gently, seeming to understand Iner's feelings. He said, "Iner, don't be afraid. You should only have a very vague memory now. But anyway, it's better than your brother before. He didn't even have a vague memory before. Now, you and your sister are reunited and can take care of each other. This can be regarded as fulfilling one of my wishes." With that said, Han Guanxu looked at Han Fei. "I'm relieved to see that you have found your sister. I've solved half of my problems, and I can go do my own things with peace of mind." Han Fei said, "You didn't go to the chaotic ocean, did you? You moved into the savage abyss on your own initiative. Even if you disappeared in the savage abyss. The only possibility I can think of is time. But where did you get the ability to cross the river of time?" Han Guanxu smiled faintly. "Don't make wild guesses. If you want to, wait until you become an emperor and then consider this matter. Maybe by then, I will have brought your mother back." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "If you could bring her back, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" Han Guanxu shook his head slightly. "It's different. I had concerns before. Okay, since is back, there is only one thing left. Don't worry and let her go to the ideal palace. Everyone has their own destiny. Since you're already living in the present, then it's extremely difficult for the powers of the past to obstruct you. This trip should be quite smooth. When Iner's old body and current body fuse again, the Yin-Yang Heavens crisis will be resolved." Han Fei shrugged. "You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of it." Then Han Fei said, "Okay, you two have a talk. I'm going to take a look at this yard. I need to tidy it up." About half an hour later, Iner said to Han Fei, who was eavesdropping, "Brother, stop eavesdropping, let's go." Cough, cough. "What? Am I the kind of person who would eavesdrop? By the way, what did old Han say just now?" Iner was also speechless. "You've already heard everything you should have heard. Why are you still asking when you already know the answer?" Iner said, "Brother, I want to go to that ideal palace." "No." Han Fei immediately objected and said, "I mean, not now. You've just awakened your spiritual beast, and you lack combat skills. knowledge, and spells in all aspects. You need to train under me for 2 months. In these 2 months, I won't be lenient. When you can beat me, who is in the same realm as you, is when you can go to the ideal palace." Then Han Fei said, "Let's go to the 1,000-star proving ground with me." After a moment, in the 9-star secret realm of the 1,000-star proving ground, Han Fei said, "This place has 10 times the space acceleration. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. 2 months of special training will begin today." With a thought from Han Fei, the ice snow lotus appeared. Han Fei said, "This thing is called the ice snow lotus. You can sit cross-legged on it and cultivate. The effect will be doubled with half the effort. Your previous realm was unstable. Cultivate the pure mystic body first, refine your strength, and improve your physique several times." Ina nodded slightly. She also knew that she was going to have her own personal trial. This trial would allow her to completely belong to this era. Therefore, she could understand Han Fei's concerns and requirements. With Han Fei personally accompanying her and a huge amount of resources for Yin to use, her physique made rapid progress. Originally, the pure mystic body was a cultivation method that consumed energy. With the bonus of the ice snow lotus and the time acceleration, it only took 6 months for Yin strength to drop again and again, from an intermediate explorer to a beginner explorer. From level 85, she directly dropped to level 80. This kind of drop in realm didn't make Yin strength decline at all. Instead, it made her reach an extremely strong level in the beginner explorer realm. As the saying went, "Rome is not built in a day." Han Fei didn't expect to train Yin to his original level in one go. Therefore, after completing the preliminary body refining, Han Fei began to teach her the 108 desolate God body. Although the body refining effect of this great technique was far inferior to that of the pure mystic body. However, its movement technique was extremely useful. With this movement technique, one's combat power could be doubled. 8 months later, in the secret realm, a young woman was like a phantom, holding 2 knives in her hands, fighting with a projection of Han Fei. And on the side, Han Fei said, "Fighting pays attention to changes. In close combat, I've taught you. When you're not strong enough, remember to use the opponent's strength to fight back." BAM, 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 hum. Suddenly, Yin-Er's blood surged, and her strength soared twice. She used Han Fei's draw technique. However, it was slightly modified and not as strong as a full blow. This change sacrificed her combat power and enhanced her ability to fight fast. However, it was a pity that although Xian Feng personally taught Yin, because Yin couldn't be cultivated for a long time. Therefore, Xian Feng didn't dare to really teach Yin, for fear that Yin-Er's power would be stimulated and she would be unable to suppress her breakthrough. Therefore, Yin hadn't formed her own independent combat technique system yet. In the past year or so, Han Fei had taught her everything he knew. Almost all the combat techniques that he knew and could be learned quickly were taught to her. Of course, Yin only chose some specific combat techniques according to her preferences, although Yin could hardly surpass him in this kind of teaching method. However, in terms of combat power, there were probably not many people who could surpass Yin in the junior explorer realm. Han Fei knew that he couldn't teach her more. Yin would eventually have to walk on her own path of cultivation. Therefore, the rest of the road was up to her. The 2-month teaching time was almost over. Although Yin failed to defeat Han Fei, he couldn't really stop her from entering the ideal palace. On this day, Han Fei said, "Yin, from today on, I'll teach you a new lesson. Listen carefully. How much you can master depends on your own ability." Yin nodded hard. Although she was a little tired in the past year, it was the happiest moment of her life. It felt really good to be with her brother, even from teacher Xian Feng. She didn't feel this kind of love from family. Han Fei and sat cross-legged. Han Fei said, "Listen carefully. Cultivators cultivate against the heavens and cultivate a firm Taoist heart. And the Taoist heart, to put it bluntly, is the heart toward the Tao. But most people don't understand the true meaning of it at all. Among them, the most important thing for everyone is that the degree of disassembly of spiritual energy can reach a perfect state. The so-called disassembly is actually deconstruction, also known as composition." Could still hear the first few words. However, when Han Fei talked about the degree of disassembly of spiritual energy, almost in an instant, Er's eyelids drooped and she directly fell asleep. Han Fei had known this, but he didn't stop talking. In fact, it only took him half an hour to really talk about the so-called Taoist heart. However, he repeated it for a whole day in total, only hoping that could listen repeatedly in her sleep and have a feeling. One day later, showed no signs of waking up. Han Fei controlled the demon purification pot and took out Ji Xian's azure dragon sword, Chen Hao's 5-element wheel, and the fragments of sea-quelling bazaar treasures that Dongfang Ming and Bai Jingjiu exchanged with him. 3 sea-quelling bazaar treasures were put into the demon purification pot to refine a brand new sea-quelling bazaar treasure. In the past, the demon purification pot couldn't refine sea-quelling bazaar treasures because the conditions were limited and the vines didn't collect all of them. But now it was no longer a problem for the demon purification pot. Han Fei thought to himself, refine a weapon that can freely change its shape like the infinity water, because Han Fei didn't know which path would choose in the end. What path? What path? Therefore, it was very meaningful for her to have a weapon that could change its shape at will. The demon purification pot certainly lived up to Han Fei's expectations, but the consumption of spiritual energy was a bit beyond Han Fei's expectation. He didn't know if it was because it was too difficult to refine a sea-quelling bazaar treasure, but it consumed 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei didn't think that the demon purification pot completely absorbed all the 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Maybe it only absorbed their essence. But in the end, this price was still something he could bear. After that, Han Fei sent another divine demon vine leaf into the demon purification pot. After consuming more than 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, a cyan dress with immortal qi appeared in the air. Chapter 1877. Sea-quelling bazaar treasures generally had their own unique uses. Although the first weapon Han Fei refined was shaped like a knife, its characteristics were ever-changing and could be used as any weapon. Han Fei intended to give the divine demonic vine, leaves for self-defense. Therefore, when he refined it, he didn't want to add any other abilities, but mainly used its power for defense. When woke up from her epiphany, Han Fei didn't give these 2 things to her directly, but said, "Try to disassemble spiritual energy now." seemed to understand something and carried out disassembling spiritual energy for 7 days in a row. In the end, the disassembling spiritual energy fell on the basis of 68%. Han Fei thought to himself, I didn't reach such a high level at first. After all, Nian was only a junior explorer, and her disassembling spiritual energy was high enough. On this day, Nian seemed to feel something and said, "Brother, should I go to the trial?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Remember, in the trial, you may not know who you are and where you come from. Or maybe you know who you are and where you come from. The real meaning of going to the trial is to find a direction and find your true self. Smiled at Han Fei. I know. The trial is also dangerous. I'm glad you know. I have 2 things for you. After the blood recognition, I may need a lot of essence blood in your body. But it doesn't matter. I will keep an eye on you and restore your essence blood at any time. Don't worry. After that, Han Fei took out a long knife and the green dress. Was not a blind person. When she saw the glowing dress, she couldn't help but exclaim, "A sea-quelling bazaar treasure!" Han Fei said lightly, "Don't rely too much on this thing. It's just a low-quality sea, quelling bizarre treasure. Even so, it didn't mean that you could use it just because you wanted to. The use of the sea-quelling bizarre treasure will be judged according to your own strength. With that, the knife flew to Ian. Recognize me as your master. Ian-er's heart warmed. Is this what it feels like to have a brother? When Ian-er cut her palm, a small half of her blood essence was instantly sucked out. Seeing this, Han Fei simply protected it with the Apocalypse Divine technique. It took Ian-er 2 hours to reclaim the 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. At this moment, Han Fei said, Ian-er, this is all I can do for you. Let me ask for one last protection for you. From now on, even after you return, what path you want to take, how you want to take it, and why you want to take it, these are all things that you should think about yourself. I've already taught you everything I can in the past 2 months. Ian-er's eyes reddened. She knew Han Fei's good intentions and sobbed. Thank you, brother. That was all Han Fei could do. In the end, blue halos intertwined in Han Fei's hands. The time ring that he was wearing turned into a thin bracelet on Ian-er's wrist. Han Fei said, Ian-er, remember this. It could be your way back. After half a day, Ian entered the ideal palace. This time, Han Fei didn't accompany her. Back then, he and the others also walked through the soul realm one by one. So far, his name should still be left on the stone tablet in the ideal palace. From the moment Ian-er stepped into the ideal palace, Ian had to rely on herself to walk her own path. What would she encounter? What would she experience? Everything depended on her own luck, and he had basically given her everything he could. In fact, although he was helping her hone her skills, Han Fei was still worried that he would spoil her too much. Therefore, reason told Han Fei that this kind of behavior had to be stopped. Everyone in the Thug Academy had gone through this. They were like this, Chu Jinan and the others were like this, and so were Yi Xian and the others. The protection of the academy was only on the surface. They were the only ones who knew the true dangers they had been through. At the moment when Ian entered the ideal palace, Han Fei quietly returned to the Sky Meditation Garden. At this moment, the Sky Meditation Garden was in a state of lockdown. Han Fei sealed the entrance until Ian came out. Unless something major happened, he would not return to the Scattered Stars Island. During this period, Han Fei could breathe a sigh of relief and think about his own affairs. Han Fei immediately took out the Xian Yellow Sutra. After skimming through it, information appeared in his mind. Xian Yellow Sutra, see Expansion Realm, Introduction. Xian Yellow, the color of heaven and earth, the pure and turbid air flows together, the beginning of the convergence of yin and yang. Xian Yellow is the mixed color of heaven and earth, containing the Tao of all kinds of laws. The Xian Yellow Qi is also the mixed Qi of the Great Way. Although it is mixed, it has infinite power. The dragon swallows the Xian Yellow Qi to cultivate, so the dragon fights in the wild, and its blood is Xian Yellow. Therefore, the dragon-slaying art must be cut by the Xian Yellow Qi. Deduced art, heaven and earth scroll consumption, 1,000 wisps of chaotic Qi effect. When practicing this art, you can condense the mixed Qi of the Great Way, like the power of heaven. Disadvantage: the mixed Qi of the Great Way is not beneficial to the body. Note: cultivate carefully. After reading the information of the Xian Yellow Sutra, Han Fei's heart sank. If it was just the Xian Yellow Sutra, Han Fei wouldn't be interested in it. According to the introduction, although the Xian Yellow Qi was powerful, it was very mixed. Even if it could be powerful for a period of time, as its realm improved, it would be disturbed by the mixed Qi of the Great Way, which might limit its growth. The reason why the dragon-slaying art could slay dragons was that it used the power of the Xian Yellow Qi to slay dragons, because the dragon race devoured this kind of energy to cultivate. In this way, Han Fei also understood that the dragon-slaying art might be powerful, but it could only be used in the Pioneer Sea realm. Although they claimed to be dragon slayers, They had to sacrifice their own cultivation potential to cultivate the powerful dragon-slaying art. Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He suspected that Zhao Xianglong's cultivation had a problem, and it was probably because of the Xian Yellow Sutra. If one ate too much of the mixed qi of the Great Way, it would be hard not to go crazy. Han Fei's first thought was to abandon these great arts, because Han Fei felt that he still had a long way to go. If he took this road, wouldn't it be the end of the road? However, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Since the heaven and earth qi could be said to be heterogeneous, could it be said to be pure? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, do you know what kind of power is above the Xian Yellow Qi?" The old turtle said, "The Xian Yellow Qi and the chaotic qi are actually of the same level. Their upper limit is very high, but what about the power above the two? To be honest, it's not beyond the two. In the Age of Gods, there are demonic power, ferocious spirit, and immortal spirit. These three kinds are actually high-quality heaven and earth spiritual qi. Perhaps they can also be combined with the will of cultivators. So, generally speaking, when the chaotic qi reaches the extreme, it will go these three ways. I don't know the Xian Yellow Qi, but it's just these three ways." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "You mean when the chaotic qi and the Xian Yellow Qi are pure to a certain extent, they will become these kinds of powers?" The old turtle said, "Maybe. Anyway, I was possessed by the chaotic qi. The devil might that was born, is that black fog. Unfortunately, I can only take a small part out." Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The old turtle's demonic power was really powerful. It could be seen from the fact that the old turtle could resist a king with a wisp of his remnant soul. Besides, the demonic power was so powerful that it devoured vitality and essence. It was indeed not weak. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei thought to himself, "I have the Yin-Yang Millstone. I wonder what kind of power the Xian Yellow Qi will become after being purified by the Yin-Yang Millstone." Without hesitation, Han Fei found a way to obtain energy. With the Yin-Yang Millstone, Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't devour the impure Xian Yellow Qi. 3 days later, in the meditation garden in the sky, the yellowish-brown power was absorbed into Han Fei's body, and in Han Fei's body, a fist-sized Yin-Yang Millstone was spinning. A large amount of impure power escaped from his body and disappeared without a trace. However, a very small part of the power drilled into his body. When Han Fei sensed the heaven and earth qi that had been refined, he suddenly felt that his aura had risen to a higher level in an instant. "Han Fei, what are you doing?" "The ferocious qi will conflict with the chaotic qi." You okay?" Suddenly, the old turtle seemed to be startled and hurriedly said, "The power of your millstone can purify the real ferocious qi?" Han Fei felt this power wandering in his body. Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the power was even higher than the chaotic energy. Han Fei had a feeling that if this strand of ferocious qi was released, he would probably gain the power to kill a king. Han Fei asked, "What are the benefits of cultivating ferocious qi?" The old turtle said, "I don't know." Ferocious qi was the top power in the barbaric era. In the Age of Gods, everyone used the chaotic qi to go to the extreme and gave birth to immortal spiritual energy. I also have someone like me, someone who gave birth to devil might through becoming a devil. However, whether in the barbaric era or the Age of Gods, the power of the demonic Tao seemed to be only demonic power, not immortal spiritual energy or ferocious qi. Han Fei seemed to understand. It seemed that when the chaotic qi went to the extreme, it could give birth to immortal spiritual energy. When the Xian Yellow Qi went to the extreme, it could give birth to ferocious qi. The old turtle just exclaimed that the ferocious qi would conflict with the chaotic qi, which made Han Fei suspicious. "What do you mean by conflict?" The old turtle was also very puzzled. It shouldn't be. Originally, these were two incompatible powers. Just like immortal spiritual energy and ferocious qi, They shouldn't exist at the same time. But why is it that when it reaches your body, it actually calms down? Chapter 1878. Han Fei was touched by the old turtle's words. Han Fei immediately realized that if what the old turtle said was true, and he didn't feel any conflict of power, did this mean that he could store these two kinds of power in his body at the same time? Han Fei murmured, "Is this related to my second spiritual heritage?" Although he had known that he had two spiritual heritage, the demon purification pot had never given him specific information about the two spiritual heritage. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know what power these two spiritual heritage had. Now, when he could accommodate the chaotic qi and the demonic qi at the same time, Han Fei suddenly realized that the nature of his two heavenly veins might be very different. It was like he had awakened the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes and the ferocious emperor sparrow. If his two heavenly veins were like this, then he might be able to cultivate these two kinds of power at the same time. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Now, he had only condensed a strand of demonic qi. However, this fiendish aura was of a higher grade than the primal chaos aura. Perhaps it couldn't tell whether the two were in conflict. Therefore, Han Fei directly transferred 10 strands of chaotic qi and placed them in the yin-yang millstone. In just a moment, the 10 strands of chaotic qi turned into a small wisp of some kind of spiritual energy that was flickering with green light. Immortal spiritual energy? The old turtle was speechless. Your millstone can extract immortal spiritual energy so easily? Doesn't it mean that you can use the power of the emperor in advance? Han Fei's heart did a flip. The power of the emperor? Does the emperor use this? The old turtle nodded. The power used by the emperor may not be as pure as yours, but your power comes too slowly. It's not enough for me to fight. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he ignored the old turtle. He was still in the experimental stage. If he could have both kinds of power, although he didn't know what use they would have now, he would definitely know in the future. However, he would definitely find out in the future. It was impossible for there to be no benefits at all. Therefore, Han Fei controlled the immortal spiritual energy and the demonic qi, trying to intertwine the two. However, a miraculous scene appeared. Although these two powers existed in his body, and they could even be very close to each other. However, when he tried to make these two forces intertwine, he realized that they were like two identical magnetic poles. No matter how hard he tried, they could not touch each other. Even though Han Fei tried his best to make the two touch, they were like black and white. Even if it was a misalignment, he would not touch it. Tsk tisk, interesting. These two powers can indeed coexist in your body. Han Fei was lost for words. Do I need you to tell me that? Isn't it obvious? The old turtle said, but no matter what, those two powers aren't very useful to you right now. How much power did you use to get them? With your current strength, you don't even dare to think about using them as ordinary powers. Han Fei curled his lips. The old turtle was right. Right now, it was indeed a little difficult to obtain these powers. However, Han Fei frowned. It's indeed difficult, but these two powers are very strong. If he could use these two powers as a trump card, then it would be a comfort to him. At the very least, the things that he had researched could still be used. Two mutually repulsive powers. Use them as yin-yang infinite knives? I wonder how effective they are. Han Fei did as he said. Yin-yang infinite knives used the great way of yin and yang. However, the immortal spiritual energy and the demonic qi also seemed to be two mutually repulsive powers. In a sense, they were somewhat similar to the way of yin and yang. As soon as Han Fei exerted his power, suddenly the sky and the earth changed color. The immortal spiritual energy and the demonic qi instantly soared into the sky. With a puff, they directly broke through the seal of the sky meditation garden and rushed toward the sky. The Sky Meditation Garden, one of the 3 holy lands, had a powerful seal that had never been broken. But now, a hole was directly pierced through it. Before Han Fei sensed it, the yin-yang infinite knives condensed by the immortal spiritual energy, and the demonic qi leaped more than 300 kilometers into the sky. Swish, Han Fei thought, not good. Immediately, Han Fei chased out and broke through the sky in an instant. However, at this moment, it was not so easy for Han Fei to take back the yin-yang infinite knives. These 2 powers burst out, and it was extremely difficult for him to take them back. Seeing that they were a little out of control, Han Fei hurriedly removed part of the power that could be controlled. Then he deliberately made these 2 powers collapse. Rumble! In the distant sky, boundless tremors and ripples swept across the sky for thousands of miles. The flowing clouds in the sky were completely cleared. The ripples in the void were visible to the naked eye. At that moment, in the 1,000-star city, countless people looked up at the sky. Some of the stronger ones could see a person being blasted straight down by the terrifying ripples. Needless to say, the person who was blasted down was Han Fei himself, the initiator of this explosion. After more than 100 minutes, seeing that the power didn't fall in the 1,000-star city, everyone was relieved. Han Fei's clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Casting a heavenly awakening divine technique on himself, Han Fei cursed and stood up. What a terrifying power! Did I make this myself? Son of AB****, I can't control this power. The old turtle scoffed. This is not a power that a half-king like you can control. This kind of power, even in the heaven-opening state, is not something that everyone can have. I have to say that your yin and yang great path is indeed strange. Han Fei put his hand on his old waist, changed his clothes, and looked at the array that was automatically repaired, then let out a long sigh of relief. Compared with the power of the immortal spiritual energy and the ferocious energy, the dragon-slaying art was nothing. It would be strange if he couldn't kill a dragon with this slash. At this moment, outside the Sky Meditation Garden, countless people looked up, feeling that something big must have happened inside. But the next moment, Han Fei's voice sounded. Oh, I made a mistake and caused some noise. The Sky Meditation Garden is still being rebuilt. Everyone, please wait patiently. Phew, someone patted his chest and said, it was a false alarm, a false alarm. Someone sighed with emotion. General Han must have made a big move this time. This power has already blown up the sky. It's not simple. Someone said, from now on, we must not leave the Sky Meditation Garden. The first one to go in will have a great harvest. Agreed, brother, I'll stay with you. On the other side, Han Fei re-entered the Sky Meditation Garden. As he walked, Han Fei murmured, this power is too strong. In terms of power, it is no less than the Tao Convergence Sword. In terms of power, it is even better, but the consumption is much higher than the Tao Convergence Sword. It's a pity that it can only be used as a backup and can't be used as a mainstream offensive combat skill. However, it's obviously not suitable to be called the yin-yang reincarnation knife. Since it's the burst of immortal spiritual energy and ferocious energy, it should be called the immortal evil qi. Perfect. Thinking about it, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe and refined another wisp of immortal spiritual energy and ferocious energy. After that, he stopped thinking about this matter. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei stayed for another year and took more than 800 kinds of poisons. After taking the medicine, Han Fei spent most of the rest of the time practicing the void fire refining art. This was actually a refining art, but it had the dual effect of refining the body and the soul, and the effect was excellent. Therefore, its ranking was also extremely high. To practice this art, one needed to enter the void realm and master the fire of nothingness. Han Fei wasn't sure if he could enter such a place in Forge the Universe. However, it took Han Fei half a year to understand that the so-called void realm was actually the void of the mind. The fire of nothingness was actually a fire of visualization in the form of spiritual power driven by the mind. It was also called the fire of nothingness. When Han Fei learned the basics of the void fire refining art, he began to refine. This fire refining art didn't require forging, but only required materials. For the first time, Han Fei poured the fire of nothingness into a conch shell. When the conch shell melted, Han Fei needed to reconstruct his soul with the power of his soul. And his soul seemed to have become a mold. And spiritual power and expendable power became fuel. In the first half, Han Fei needed to mold the shape with the power of his soul. It was extremely exhausting. However, when the fire of nothingness really burned, Han Fei was shocked to find that the fire of nothingness burned into his body, as if he didn't want to waste it. Han Fei instantly understood that the person who created this great art didn't want to waste a trace of his power at all. He used the spiritual power born from his soul to refine. The remaining spiritual power from refining was used to integrate into his body and nourish it. His body, which was being nourished, was also cultivating amidst the torment. And during this period, when his soul had enough rest, his spiritual power was reborn, and the cycle began again. His spiritual power expanded again and again, which represented the strengthening of his soul power, and his body was also refined and nourished, so it would naturally become stronger. He cultivated like this for more than a year. Han Fei's soul power hadn't reached the limit. It could even be said that there was no limit to the power of the soul. However, the power contained in his body was so strong that Han Fei had already felt that the heavenly tribulation was coming in the sky meditation garden. At this time, Han Fei had to stop cultivating. Han Fei's current state, as shown by the demon purification pot, was extremely exaggerated. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 89, half king. See 10,000 family tree 2720986. Chaotic energy greater than 2,246 wisps. Spiritual power 37800. 3. Perception range greater than 250,000 kilometers. Power greater than 39,999 waves. First spiritual heritage unknown. Second spiritual heritage unknown. First spiritual beast twin yin-yang spirit. Swallowing fish level 80, second spiritual beast Emperor Sparrow level 79, main art void arrival level 7 of void fishing king level divine quality. Chapter 1879. Han Fei had thought that the power of his soul would rise to a short-term limit before he stopped. However, it seemed that his physical strength limited the continued growth of his soul power. However, no matter what, Han Fei knew that at this stage, he really couldn't continue to grow. The time for the tribulation was coming. At this time, it had been almost a month since Yin entered the ideal palace. Of course, this was in the outside world. Since Han Fei couldn't cultivate anymore, and Yin hadn't come out yet, Han Fei glanced at the sky meditation garden, and with a thought he took out thousands of fish bones from Forge the Universe. With the fire of nothingness, Han Fei refined them into bone pillars that were more than 10 meters high in the blink of an eye. And on these pillars, Han Fei drew visualization diagrams, one after another according to what he had seen and learned. The so-called visualization diagram could be understood as a kind of spiritual perception of a superior. After engraving this kind of thing, it would become a visualization object. Moreover, this visualization object could also have a slight connection with the owner. Finally, Han Fei came to the infinite tower. Han Fei could feel that there was some power of Taoist runes on the body of the tower. These powers were the fundamental reason why people had been stuck in the tower and couldn't go up. Han Fei's heart did a flip. If the power of these Taoist runes was excluded, this tower could be climbed. Han Fei's figure moved and appeared on the top of the tower. However, except for a few square blue stones, there was nothing else here. Han Fei pondered for a while and casually took out an ultra-quality divine longsword from Forge the Universe that had just been refined. Han Fei held the hilt of the sword and sent a divine thought directly into the sword. Puff! The next moment, Han Fei casually inserted the sword into the blue stone, stepped on it, and a series of arrays appeared under his feet. The sword suddenly dimmed. Only at this moment was Han Fei satisfied. He said lightly, "I got the gods scaring painting by accident. It's good to keep it. In the future, someone will be able to break the infinite tower of the Sky Meditation Garden." Yes, the Sky Meditation Garden may become the most popular cultivation place in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei held his hands behind his back and looked at the visualization fish bones standing up on the grassland. Then, after calculating the time, Han Fei decided to go to the ideal palace. More and more people had gathered outside the Sky Meditation Garden. In the beginning, there were only about 1,000 people, but now there were more than 1,000,000 people. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, the Sky Meditation Garden was only so big. Luo Xiaobai got the news and arranged for a capable assistant to come and see what Han Fei was up to. But as soon as Han Fei came out of the Sky Meditation Garden, he saw a sea of people and it was overcrowded. The moment Han Fei came out, those who were sitting cross-legged or chatting came back to themselves. "It's Marshal Han. Marshal Han has come out. General Han has come out. Has the transformation of the Sky Meditation Garden been successful?" Hell. General Han. For a time, everyone outside the Sky Meditation Garden was in an uproar. Wild roars could be heard incessantly. Their shouts were full of admiration for Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei came out, someone rushed over and cupped his hands at Han Fei. "Greetings, General Han." Han Fei glanced at the 8-star token on him and nodded slightly. "Did Luo Xiaobai ask you to come?" The man nodded. "Marshal asked me to come and see what's going on in the Sky Meditation Garden. Because the Sky Meditation Garden is only so big and there are too many people in the Thousand-Star City. I must have a basis to enter it." Han Fei nodded slightly. Luo Xiaobai was thoughtful, so he nodded and said, "The Sky Meditation Garden has been changed into a place to cultivate the power of the soul. As for how to implement the management, you can decide, as long as the procedures are not too troublesome. By the way, let the first batch go in and observe first, so that they can pass it on by word of mouth." "Yes, General Han." With that, Han Fei looked at the crowded crowd and said in a loud voice, "Everyone listen up. From today on, the Sky Meditation Garden will be renovated. I have poured my heart and soul into rebuilding the Sky Meditation Garden. Today, anyone who comes can enter and experience it, but the rules can't be messed up. The Sky Meditation Garden will set up rules, and everyone must obey the management and arrangements. Okay, that's it. Let's go in." Charge. Don't rush. Don't block my position. Don't push. I'm flying. In an instant, the crowd surged, although everyone admired Han Fei very much. After all, he was a high and mighty figure and wouldn't have too much interaction with them. However, the Sky Meditation Garden was different. This was a place for cultivation. After Han Fei's renovation, it would definitely be better than before. If they could seize the opportunity and occupy a favorable position, they might have a big harvest. Han Fei saw the crowd was like a school of carps crossing the river. He couldn't stop it at all. It was densely packed with people. At this moment, these people didn't call him General Han anymore. When they rushed up, they completely forgot about Han Fei's existence. Han Fei was a little annoyed. He had just received a large wave of wish power, but in the blink of an eye, it dropped sharply. It seemed that compared to himself, fated chances were more welcomed by the people. Han Fei left quietly. When he reappeared, he had already disguised himself and appeared outside the ideal palace. At this moment, outside the ideal palace, the gate was deserted. Everyone knew that the Sky Meditation Garden had been rebuilt, so they all ran to the Sky Meditation Garden. Here, Han Fei deliberately let old Yuan out and said, "I'll go in for a while. It should be very fast. You wait outside. If my sister comes out, take care of her." Logically speaking, at Han Fei's current level, he shouldn't have entered the ideal palace because the power in the ideal palace was completely suppressed. Even though Han Fei was half a king, he was suppressed to the level of a hidden fisher here. The third soul realm, the blue sea soul realm. Han Fei stepped into it, and his speed soared, not caring about the sea monsters along the way. Even though Han Fei's strength was suppressed, his level was still very high, and these sea monsters couldn't resist him at all. In less than 5 hours, Han Fei reached the deepest part of the blue sea soul realm. As soon as he arrived here, Han Fei felt boundless pressure descending. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, he was really only a hidden fisher. His soul power and soul strength couldn't compete with this azure dragon at all. This time, although Han Fei's realm was suppressed, the level of his soul was completely different. It was not until here that Han Fei realized that the so-called soul suppression was only in terms of soul level and life level. Although the life level of this azure dragon should be higher than his current level, the quality of its soul wasn't much better than his. Therefore, this time, Han Fei didn't feel any life-threatening crisis except for a little discomfort. For example, he couldn't move his feet. In the darkness, the enormous head of a blue dragon slowly appeared. "You're here? Did you bring my physical body?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "I found your body. It's also with me." Roar, all of a sudden, the giant eyes of the Tsang dragon narrowed into slits. It said eagerly, "Where is it? Give me your body." However, Han Fei was indifferent. "I've brought the body, but we have to renegotiate the conditions." Then, the nautical panorama appeared in Han Fei's hand. The nautical panorama turned slightly, and when the pointer pointed at the azure dragon, Han Fei immediately realized that this azure dragon was the one that Zhao Xianglong didn't kill. This old mother said, "This dragon was devouring energy in the chaotic void and was almost trapped. She was the one who saved it." However, it seems that she still doesn't know the relationship between this azure dragon and the dragon subduing heaven. And this azure dragon is very likely to be the culprit who caused the dragon subduing heaven and slaughtered the dragons. At this moment, making a deal with such a dragon? How could Han Fei be attracted by the so-called drop of azure dragon essence blood and the dragon transformation technique? For Han Fei, he was never short of great techniques. He even had so many great techniques that he couldn't learn them all. Besides, once he really entered the Void Temple, this dragon transformation technique, whose level was unknown, would be nothing. Han Fei said, "I found a body for you, but your reward is too simple. Do you know how much effort it took me to find your body?" "Roar, human, you are violating our trust. Do you think I can't touch you?" Han Fei said disdainfully, "Don't threaten me. To put it bluntly, you're just intimidating this place with the pressure of your bloodline. Do you think you're great just because you're big? Believe it or not, I'll take your dragon body, take your bones, eat your flesh, and swallow your dragon essence." At this moment, Han Fei's fearless aura of a king was fully revealed. "Threaten me? Even if you're an azure dragon, so what? I'll still beat you." Perhaps Han Fei's aura intimidated the azure dragon. Perhaps it was because it didn't have that much confidence. So, after pondering for a long time, the azure dragon lowered its voice and said, "Human, what do you want in exchange?" Han Fei smiled. "First of all the chaotic energy in your body belongs to me." "Impossible!" Han Fei's eyes were full of ferocity. "Impossible, then you'll die." In terms of ferocity, how dare a mere soul act fiercely in front of him? Han Fei thought to himself, "If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think you're so arrogant?" Chapter 1880. In fact, Han Fei didn't have to find the azure dragon at all. Anyway, the azure dragon's corpse was with him, and he could use it whenever he wanted. Anyway, he had mastered the dragon slaying technique. If there really was a problem later on, he could just kill the azure dragon and be done with it. However, this azure dragon had an agreement with him to guard the chaotic original water for tens of thousands of years. Its grudge with Zhao Xianglong was not the same as that with the Yin Yang heaven. Therefore, there were things that could be done, but not done. Han Fei had said that he would help it find the corpse after taking the golden page. Now the golden page was obtained and the corpse was found. Even if he had to use it, he had to use it openly. On the eve of the tribulation, although Han Fei wanted to get more chaotic energy, he didn't want to leave any obstacles in his heart. At this moment, Han Fei pointed at the Azure Dragon and said unkindly, "You want to get a corpse from me with just a drop of the Azure Dragon's essence blood and the dragon transformation technique? In this world, such a beautiful thing only exists in dreams." The huge body of the Azure Dragon slowly stretched out its entire head. The two stared at each other for a full 100 minutes. The fierceness surging from Han Fei made the Azure Dragon feel a lingering fear. This child was a completely different person from before. My pressure didn't have the slightest effect on him. It thought to itself, "I'm afraid this person's strength has reached an extremely high level. At least, he has reached the point of preparing for the tribulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't need so much chaotic energy." After 100 minutes, the Azure Dragon finally compromised. "You can take the chaotic energy. That's what you're after. I'll give you a drop of essence blood and the dragon transformation technique. Give me my body." Han Fei said, "There's one more condition." The Azure Dragon said in a low voice, "Human, even dragons are not as greedy as you. Isn't it too much for you to ask for? Although I'm trapped if I really go crazy, let's see if I can shake this world." Han Fei said indifferently, "This condition is very simple. You need to tell me about the Dragon Clan and why the Dragon Clan is fighting with the human beings from the Yin Heaven. After all, they are the human beings who summoned you." When the Azure Dragon was suddenly asked this question, he immediately had a bad feeling. Zhao Xianglong's soul ball had chased him for too long and almost killed him. Now this person was also a human. Could he be related to Xianglong Tian? Song Long said, "I don't understand what you're saying." Han Fei sneered, "There's no need to pretend. I know what happened in the sky of Subduing Dragon. I'm also familiar with Zhao Xianglong. Right now, he was still trapped in a formation, unable to get out. He is him, I am me. I just need to know more about the Dragon Clan. For example, how did you get here? Do you belong to this era?" Song Long asked, "What do you want?" "I want to know what's going on outside the chaotic Azure Sea. You should know where the chaotic Azure Sea is, right? If you say you don't know, you can pretend I never came here today. Let's see if I can kill you or not." The Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment. The Dragon Clan did not perish in the endless flow of time. However, we are no longer as glorious as we were in the past. The reason why we came to the sky of Subduing Dragon is that the dragon control art of the primeval age was unearthed, and the people of the sky of Subduing Dragon cultivated this dragon control art. The Dragon Clan has a supreme bloodline. How could an ordinary human be able to maintain such a long lifespan? However, although they didn't master the essence of the dragon control art, they could summon us through the infinite void. As a result, you should know the Dragon Clan was not convinced and naturally started a war. Dragon control art. Han Fei thought to himself, "Zhao Xianglong still has a trick up his sleeve. He taught me the dragon slaying art, but not the dragon control art. At least, it sounded like the dragon control art was a level higher than the dragon slaying art." However, Han Fei was not interested in the dragon control art now. Because of this dragon control art, Zhao Xianglong almost destroyed the entire sky of Subduing Dragon, causing the death of countless humans. If Han Fei learned it, if he encountered another enemy that was not easy to deal with, the Yin Heaven would probably be destroyed. Han Fei said, "Where do the Dragon Clan live? Is it outside the chaotic Azure Sea?" The Azure Dragon said, "Of course, this world is very big. Although the chaotic Azure Sea is not small, it is still too small compared to the outside world. Outside the chaotic Azure Sea is the territory of the myriad races. There are thousands of races there. Except for the Dragon Clan who lives in the Dragon Palace in Dragon Valley, there are countless other races. Even in the Star Sea, there are strange beasts running rampant. Therefore, this dragon doesn't think that I will have any interaction with the humans here. Everything this dragon wants is to leave this chaotic azure sea. Han Fei wondered, can you leave? The azure dragon said, the dragon clan can travel in the infinite void. And in the infinite void, although you may get lost, you may also open a new exit. Although I can't leave from your chaotic azure sea, I can leave from the infinite void. Han Fei scorned in his heart. Back then, you were caught in the infinite void. Now, you want to leave from the infinite void. How can I believe it? However, Han Fei was not interested in how the azure dragon left. He said to himself, you can tell me as much as you can about the outside world, about the myriad races, about the sea demons, and so on. Don't worry, I won't ask you for anything else. However, the azure dragon shook its head slightly. I'm afraid I can't tell you anything. Han Fei was puzzled. Why? The azure dragon said, the dragon clan has been living in seclusion for millions of years. What is the outside world you mentioned? I don't know. When I told you about the myriad races, I heard it from my elders. Although there were occasionally some dragon race experts who were unwilling to be left out and ran out. However, all of them never returned, and there was no news of them. Apart from the Dragon Palace, the chaotic azure ocean is the only place I've been to from the outside world. Han Fei, well, I asked for nothing. I asked a noob. Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei's intuition told him that the azure dragon didn't lie to him. Since it didn't lie to him, it was possible that the dragon clan was indeed a race that lived in seclusion. He asked a few more questions about the location of the Dragon Palace, but the azure dragon couldn't tell him anything either. Han Fei couldn't help thinking of the old turtle's words. It was a person who lived from the age of gods, but when it first talked about the dragon clan, it said that it had never heard of the dragon clan. It didn't even know the Dragon Palace. If the old turtle had known this news, he would have told him long ago. Seeing that the dragon didn't know anything, Han Fei was not interested in the dragon race, so he lost interest in it. He said, I'll take your blood essence. Give me that great dragon transformation technique. If everything goes well, this place will disappear soon. At that time, I will return your body to you. The azure dragon hesitated. It didn't know whether it should believe Han Fei or not. If the chaotic chi was gone, it would be gone. What it swallowed every day was the black-yellow chi. The chaotic chi was just a natural power, and the black-yellow chi was its main means of combat. The dragon transformation technique was nothing. It was nothing more than a transformation technique that could give him part of the power of the dragon clan. In a place like the chaotic azure sea, even if this person learned the dragon transformation technique, what else could he do except to show off in front of his house? However, what the azure dragon was afraid of was that even if it gave it the dragon transformation technique, Han Fei wouldn't let it go. Han Fei saw the azure dragon's concerns, and he said, I'm not interested in you. I think you don't have to play dumb with me. You should know where your body is, shouldn't you? Why are you suppressed there? I'm just telling you that the river of time here is about to collapse. The eye of the heavenly path is about to disappear. When the eye of the heavenly path disappears, you will leave this place. Hearing this, the azure dragon said in a low voice, Human, you will pass the king's tribulation. You should know the importance of keeping your promise. If I'm deceiving you, I will turn into an extraterrestrial demon dragon and pester you. Han Fei curled his lips and said, Do you think I'm so bored that I came here to lie to you? Isn't it nice for me to use the chaotic chi in your body? Why did I come here to tell you? The azure dragon thought that makes sense. If Han Fei really used its body, it really couldn't do anything about it. The azure dragon opened its mouth and roared, and something that looked like a blood jade fell in front of Han Fei. Han Fei reached out and touched it. Immediately he felt that a brand new and unknown dragon language rushed into his head. The Azure Dragon said, "If you want to learn the dragon transformation technique, you must learn the dragon language." Han Fei thought that he had just learned a great technique. It turned out that he had learned the dragon language. Aha! Can't you just say something normal? When the dragon language was imprinted in his heart, Han Fei finally sensed the last message in the blood jade. After it was gathered in his head, it turned into a great technique. Dragon Transformation Technique, Unrated Introduction. The Dragon Transformation Technique is an inherited combat technique that has no level. The Dragon Transformation Technique can temporarily transform part of one's body, or even the whole body, into a dragon. After performing the Dragon Transformation Technique, the user can borrow the power of dragons and gain the power of one dragon in the same level. To perform this technique, the dragon language and dragon blood are required as a sacrifice. Deduction. Unable to deduce effect. All or part of the body will transform into dragons, and the user's strength will be doubled. Disadvantage. The dragon transformation technique will brand the user with the aura of dragons. Note, this is a basic inherited combat technique of the dragons and has extraordinary effects. Chapter 1881. The effect of the dragon transformation technique was beyond Han Fei's expectation. He didn't expect it to be a great technique that could double his strength by transforming into a dragon. Wouldn't that be comparable to a divine spell? After all, his invincible eye could only double his combat power. He thought that the great dragon transformation technique should be a great technique that all dragons knew. Come to think of it, this was probably the simplest technique of the Song Dragon, although Han Fei wanted to blackmail it again. After all, the Azure Dragon was not a human. The great dragon transformation art required the blood essence of a sky dragon to execute. The other great techniques were probably not simple either. When he left the ideal palace this time, he would just leave more essence blood of the Azure Dragon. Anyway, he would return the corpse of the Azure Dragon to it in the end. The trip to the ideal palace was very smooth, beyond Han Fei's expectation. From the time Han Fei went in to the time he came out, it took less than a day in total. When he left the ideal palace, Han Fei thought that his memory would disappear. However, when he felt that a force was trying to interfere with his memory, the demon purification pot moved and took back the force. Han Fei was speechless. If he had known this, he wouldn't have been afraid of losing his memory. Outside, the old turtle was surprised to see Han Fei come out. "You're so fast? It's only been less than a day." Han Fei said, "It's not a big deal. I'm going to cultivate and forge the universe. You wait here. It's been a month. I should be out soon." In the past, the old turtle was like a master, lying in forge the universe to cultivate. Forget it. It still thinks that it is the master. In forge the universe. Han Fei came directly to the corpse of the Azure Dragon. Han Fei grinned at the sight of the 1,000-meter-long dragon. Han Fei put his hand on the corpse of the Azure Dragon, and vines stretched out from the gourd in his palm. Han Fei said, "Absorb it." The old turtle was surprised. "Are you using the chaotic qi in its body? Didn't you say you didn't need it before?" Han Fei said, "Times have changed. Now I'm about to become a king. Didn't you say that the chaotic qi was very useful? Then shouldn't I absorb it more?" The old tortoise was shaken to the core as he watched. He sighed for the dragon in his heart. "Just how bad is your luck? That's why I ran into a guy like Han Fei." Han Fei's swallowing speed was quite fast. In only half a day, when Han Fei's chaotic energy rose to 5,206 strands, the entire body of the Azure Dragon had withered. The old tortoise couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "You've turned his corpse into this. It's almost like he's going to turn into a snake. If you let it out later, are you sure you won't fight?" Han Fei sneered. "How can I be so stupid?" Han Fei roared, heavenly opening. At that moment, the apocalyptic divine technique descended, and the dragon's flesh and blood began to recover and absorb spiritual energy and energy from Forge the Universe spontaneously. In just a moment, the blue dragon corpse had turned into a blue dragon corpse with a terrifying aura and boundless might. However, with a swish, Han Fei began to bleed the azure dragon. He purposely formed a pond on the ground for the purpose of releasing blood. While bleeding, Han Fei walked around the azure dragon with a knife. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, there were 4 dragon teeth, 2 dragon horns, hundreds of dragon scales, and tons of dragon meat in front of Han Fei. The old tortoise asked, "Are you going to flatten it? Although your heaven awakening divine art is very powerful, it's still a new life after all. He has to nourish it with his own dragon origin energy. You can do this once or twice, but if you continue, this dragon will be ruined." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Oh, really? Then forget it. It should be enough. I'll leave it a complete body." The old tortoise was speechless, looking at the pool of dragon blood and hundreds of tons of dragon meat. If you didn't have the apocalyptic divine technique, this dragon corpse would be chopped into bones. Han Fei patted the dragon corpse, making 2 thunderous roars, and said leisurely, "It's not bad. It's quite solid." The old tortoise, half a month later. Han Fei really couldn't stay any longer. He had already read all the books he could read and all the spells he could study. In Forge the Universe, time could be accelerated, so half a month was more than a year. Han Fei's current strength had reached the limit. He almost went to the Immortal Palace to fight the Eye of the Heavenly Path. Another 5 days later, suddenly the old tortoise reminded, "The Ideal Palace is moving." Swish, with a swish, Han Fei appeared outside the Ideal Palace in an instant. Recently, the Sky Meditation Garden was overcrowded. Naturally, it was relatively deserted here. However, at this moment, the entire Ideal Palace began to shake. Above the Ideal Palace, a large area of blue light and shadow appeared. Gradually, this blue light and shadow formed a super large beam of light hundreds of kilometers in diameter, going straight to the sky. Wow, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the Ideal Palace again? It must be General Han. The Sky Meditation Garden can't be squeezed in now. It is said that all the old visualization objects there have been removed. It is said that the new visualization objects can be seen on the same day, and the effect is 10 times better than the previous ones. Now that there is a problem with the Ideal Palace, General Han must be modifying it again. Hurry up! Go to the Ideal Palace and occupy a place. Damn, I miss the benefits of the Sky Meditation Garden. I can't miss the Ideal Palace. Swish, swish, swish above the sky, countless fishing boats flew up, heading for the Ideal Palace at full speed. However, at this moment, Han Fei's voice rang over the 1,000-star city. Everyone, stop heading for the Ideal Palace. People around the Ideal Palace, leave quickly. The Ideal Palace is about to undergo a major change. I don't even know what will happen here. Don't come over. Huh. As soon as Han Fei said this, those who were crazily rushing to the Ideal Palace were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Hasn't the Sky Meditation Garden been successfully modified? Could it be that there is a problem with the modification of the Ideal Palace? What's going on? A large number of fishing boats, like locusts, stopped in midair, not knowing where to go. With a bang, the blue beam of light seemed to expand, and its color became more intense. At this moment, everyone in the 1,000-star city saw it. A blue beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. Han Fei had never seen such a scene before. That blue beam of light shot straight into the sky, unreachable. Han Fei had planned to catch up with them with his perception and take a look. However, when his perception went straight to the sky, he couldn't catch up with the blue beam of light even at the end of his perception. Boom! When a loud noise burst out, he saw a huge eye above the 1,000-star city. The size of this eye was beyond Han Fei's imagination. It was no longer the size that Han Fei saw in the Dark Sky Palace. This time, It appeared like the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. The entire Inyang sky, 8 million kilometers, could be seen. Scattered Stars Island. Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai were gathered together, talking about some things that happened in the chaotic sea and supervising the cultivation of Yi Xian and the others. Suddenly, everyone subconsciously raised their heads. They saw that above the sky there was a huge eye, and the pupil was flowing out with turbid, magma-like flows. The Eye of the Heavenly Path? Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. They had heard this name countless times, but this was the first time they had seen the Eye of the Heavenly Path with their own eyes. At this moment, on the Scattered Stars Island, the 36 towns, and the Level 3 fishery, countless people were looking up. On the back of the cloud whale, Tang Yen came out with a solemn look. Chao Tianji stood in the sea hundreds of thousands of kilometers away and headed for the 1,000-star city. At this moment, Han Fei gave a second warning. Everyone near the ideal palace evacuate. In fact, even without Han Fei's reminder, this movement had already exceeded most people's imagination. The people who were still rushing to the ideal palace just now all stopped their fishing boats and began to retreat. Someone exclaimed, "No way! Come on!" A while ago, the entire Inyang sky was almost relocated. This time there's a big eye? What's going on? Is it an enemy? This eye looks too evil. It doesn't look like a good thing, does it? What's General Han doing? Why did he create this thing? Swish, beside Han Fei, Rin Tianfei immediately appeared. Is the Eye of the Heavenly Path going? Han Fei shrugged. How would I know? However, it seems that Ener is about to come out. I just want to know if it's the river of time that has disappeared now. Ren Tianfei nodded. From the looks of it, it's probably the river of time. Han Fei asked, if the river of time goes back, the Eye of the Heavenly Path should disappear, right? Ren Tianfei nodded. I think so, but I haven't experienced it either. There was a second explosion inside the Pillar of Time, and at this moment, a group of people appeared. Xia Shaochan was relieved to see Han Fei and then asked, what happened? Where is Yin-er? Old Bai asked, where is Yin-er? Old Jiang asked, what's wrong with the ideal palace? Tang Yen asked, is this the Eye of the Heavenly Path? Immediately afterward, there were explosions again and again. The Eye of the Heavenly Path seemed to be just watching, like a bystander. This pillar of time lasted for half an hour and burst out a total of 7 explosions. After the last explosion, the weird mist outside the ideal palace began to dissipate. Brother! Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from the gray mist. Immediately, Han Fei felt a special power, which was the power of time. Thinking of something, Han Fei said to Xia Shaochan, wait for me outside. I'm going. Before Xia Shaochan responded, Han Fei had disappeared into the gray mist. Hey! Xia Shaochan was about to shout when she heard Ren Tianfei say, it's okay. The power of time has basically been extracted. Now, this little power can't stop him. The next moment, in the gray mist, Han Fei saw the time dragon carp and 2 people who were fusing. Who could it be but Yin-er? Chapter 1882. Sure enough, the existence of the ideal palace was never prepared for others, but for Han Fei and his sister. The exact same scene, the exact same process. He had gone through it once, and now Yin-er had gone through it again. The old body and the current body merged. In this way, she could be regarded as a real modern person. This scheme that spanned a long period of time had finally come to an end today. When Yin-er's old body merged with the current body, Han Fei felt that Yin-er's strength was soaring crazily. In a short while, she broke through 3 realms in a row and directly reached the peak-level explorer. When she was at the peak-level explorer realm, she was stuck for about 10 minutes, and then Yin-er directly broke through to the realm of half a venerable. This scene was very similar to what he experienced at the beginning. However, at that time he directly went from a junior law enforcer to a peak-level law enforcer. and directly went from a junior explorer to a half a venerable. The nature was the same. It could only be said that Er's leap was a little bigger. The time dragon carp glanced at Han Fei and said, "This long river of time has returned to the real long river of time. Even the eye of the heavenly law can't find the secret between you and your sister now. In a short while, the eye of the heavenly law will dissipate, and you can prepare for the tribulation." When he heard this news, Han Fei felt like his head was about to explode. Can I finally expand my sea? Han Fei was excited, expectant, and slightly uneasy about the sea expansion. He had never expanded his sea before. He didn't know what his sea would be like. At this moment, Er's fusion had basically been completed, and Er's appearance had undergone some rare changes. Her skin was even fairer than before. Although her facial features didn't seem to have changed much, they seemed to be a lot more delicate. She had also grown a little taller. If could be said to be an ordinary and fresh girl before, then she could be called a beauty now. The problem is, you haven't noticed how much she has changed. Brother! Woke up and looked at Han Fei with complicated emotions in her heart. Finally, she smiled slightly. Brother, I'm back. Han Fei didn't understand women's minds. Even though he felt that there was something wrong with how could he care about this at this moment? Han Fei said, "Let's go out first." Swish, swish, when the two of them appeared outside the ideal palace, everyone's eyes lit up. Xia Shaochan heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're out." Luo Xiaobai, hey, Er's strength has almost crossed an entire realm. Then Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei was in the exact same situation before. Everyone knew that must have triggered something big in the ideal palace. However, this was a more private matter. Unless was willing to tell them, they wouldn't ask. At this moment, Han Fei and looked up at the giant eye in the sky. Ina narrowed her eyes. "What is that?" "The eye of the heavenly path has been suppressing the yin-yang heaven for tens of thousands of years." Looked at the river of time that had almost run out and looked at Han Fei. "It's all because of this?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes." At this time, Tang Yen said, "The eye of the heavenly path seems to be shrinking." Hearing Tang Yan's reminder, everyone noticed it. The eye of the heavenly path was indeed slowly shrinking. It was just that, because it was too big, no one noticed it at first. At this moment, Rin Tianfei glanced at Han Fei and said, "Is it time?" Everyone couldn't help looking at Han Fei. What did Rin Tianfei mean by this? What did he mean by time? Although everyone was guessing if Rin Tianfei was asking about the sea expansion realm, they didn't say it out loud. But he didn't say anything and just waited for Han Fei's reaction. Han Fei took a slight breath. He slowly took a breath and said, "It's time." Then Han Fei looked back at everyone and said, "I'm going to the central holy city. The gray mist of the ideal palace is about to dissipate, and it's very close to the central holy city. You guys wait here for a while." Xia Shaochan said, "I'll go with you." Han Fei shook his head slightly and said, "I'm going to the divine palace. That place may still be covered by the eye of the heavenly path. Wait for me here." Although it was a tribulation, it wouldn't be so fast. It didn't mean that he would pass the tribulation as soon as he passed it. First of all, he had to make sure that the eye of the heavenly path disappeared. Han Fei crossed 1,000 miles in one step. In a few steps, he disappeared at the entrance of the god's memorial tower. Xia Shaochan stamped her feet slightly, but Ren Tianfei said, "When he passes the tribulation, we'll see it. But now it's really not the time to go there. Now no one knows whether the divine palace is dangerous or not. If we go there, we may become a burden to him." Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. "Is he going to the legendary divine palace?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Trust him. He naturally has his reasons for going alone. old by side slightly. This kid has a heavy burden on his shoulders. If he can't become a king, who can? As for Tang Yen and Xiao Tianji, they didn't rush to say whether they could pass the tribulation or not. Han Fei had told them about the dangers of the outside world. If what Han Fei said was true, even if Han Fei could pass the tribulation and become a king, the number of kings in the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven was still too few. Therefore, they could predict that after Han Fei passed the tribulation, they might also become kings. They didn't want to compete for the chance to become a king first. In the central holy city, above the temple, Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array to the divine palace without hesitation. The reason why he didn't wait for the eye of the heavenly path to disappear completely was that the river of time had returned. Logically speaking, the eye of the heavenly path wouldn't stop others from going to the divine palace. Secondly, there was too much energy and spiritual energy above the divine palace. Last time, he swallowed everything here, but he couldn't even absorb 1% of it. Han Fei was afraid that the disappearance of the eye of the heavenly path would dissipate this power. If so, it would be a huge loss. Although this power was not very pure, there was a lot of it. Maybe his road to becoming a king was here. How could Han Fei allow it to dissipate between heaven and earth? However, when Han Fei appeared in the divine palace, a strong fire element instantly filled his body. Here, the energy was still extremely violent, but to Han Fei's horror, the eye of the heavenly path didn't completely disappear. At least above the divine palace, this eye of the heavenly path still existed. However, it was getting farther away, and its size didn't seem to be as big as he had seen it before. Most importantly, when he appeared in the divine palace, there was no heavenly demon body. Phew! Han Fei let out a long sigh of relief. As he expected, the power of the divine palace was dissipating. Boundless energy and spiritual qi were frantically dispersing in all directions, escaping into nothingness. Son of a B***, it's all mine. None of you are allowed to run. To Tutu, Han Fei projected hundreds of figures in an instant. Each of the projections immediately created a large spirit gathering formation under their feet. BM, however, to Han Fei's surprise, these large spirit gathering arrays began to collapse one after another as soon as they appeared. It seemed that they couldn't stop the dissipation of this energy at all. Damn it, this is my divine palace. Why is the spiritual energy dissipating? The old turtle said, "It doesn't seem right. Although I feel that a massive amount of energy is dissipating, it seems that a massive amount of energy is also pouring in. I don't know where this energy is coming from." Han Fei was slightly taken aback. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei's perception instantly scanned the entire divine palace. When his perception entered the interior of the divine palace where the source water was stored, Han Fei found that a heaven and earth natural array had been formed here, absorbing power from the void. The power imprisoned by the eye of the heavenly path seems to be the power gathered to maintain the existence of the eye of the heavenly path. However, the power gathered in the heaven and earth natural array has nothing to do with the eye of the heavenly path. It seems to be the real source of power of the divine palace. Han Fei turned his hand, and the nautical panorama appeared in his hand, but the pointer pointed to the void. Han Fei immediately took out the pestle of the heaven and earth natural array in the divine palace, and with a thought he appeared in the palace in the center of the island. In front of Han Fei was the heaven and earth natural array that he had cultivated before, which was also the core array that controlled the entire Yin-Yang divine palace. Han Fei said, "The eye of the heavenly path has suppressed the Yin-Yang divine palace for tens of thousands of years. Even if this power is going to dissipate, it shouldn't be in this independent, small world." In the outside world, the whole world was looking up at the sky. The eye of the heavenly path shocked the world. Ordinary people would never see such a scene in their entire lives. Amidst countless apprehensive and fearful gazes, A huge shadow shrouded in a white mist suddenly appeared in the sky. In the sky of the central holy city of the thousand-star city. Suddenly, a large expanse of white mist appeared. Immediately afterward, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a large expanse of red light in the mist. At that moment, a massive amount of energy and spiritual energy escaped. Heavenly fire! At this moment, countless people exclaimed. At this moment, the thousand-star city was scorching hot and full of spiritual energy, just like the Heavenly Fire Festival every year. For most people, this was an excellent opportunity to cultivate. At this moment, from the sky, Han Fei's voice resounded between heaven and earth like a great bell. Han Fei said, "My name is Han Fei. Today, I'm going to transcend the king's tribulation. Thinking that the spiritual energy in the Yin-Yang Divine Palace is thin and the energy is pitiful, I came to this world with the Divine Palace to bless all living beings." Chapter 1883. By the time the Immortal Palace appeared, the huge eye in the sky had already become very small. The eye of the heavenly path was supposed to patrol for the heavens. There was a problem with the Yin-Yang heaven before, and there was a power here that deviated from the heavenly path. So the eye of the heavenly path had been monitoring and suppressing this place. Now, the 7 soul realms of the ideal palace collapsed, one by one. The river of time that had been cut off returned to the endless flow of time. The eye of the heavenly path was about to disappear. When the divine palace appeared, Han Fei no longer controlled the dispersal of energy and spiritual energy above the divine palace. At that moment, the energy storm emitted by the Yin-Yang Palace swept the entire thousand-star city in an instant. It was because the Yin-Yang Fairy Palace had accumulated too much power for too long. At this moment, it was like a leaking ball, bursting out at an incredible speed. Han Fei knew that he had to use these powers as soon as possible. Although they were dissipating at a terrifying speed, he had seen Xue Fan's tribulation transcendence. Han Fei felt that the energy and spiritual energy stored in the Yin-Yang Palace should be enough for him to transcend the tribulation. In the thousand-star city, countless people shouted, "Marshal Han is invincible! Transcend the tribulation and become a king." Han Fei has already reached this point, but he still hasn't transcended the tribulation and become a king? King. There may be a king in the Yin-Yang heaven. For tens of thousands of years, there has never been a king in the Yin-Yang heaven. Is this curse going to be broken? On the Pure Sun Island, Su Yang cried and shouted, "Ancestor, do you see that? You won the bet. Han Fei is going to be a king." In the Heavenly Sword sect, the Heavenly Sword Master sighed. Sure enough, from this kid's understanding of the Sword Tao, who in this world can stop him? Li Tianxian murmured, "The palace has appeared. As long as he succeeds in opening the sea, the Pure Sun sect will rise again." Zhang Xuanyu said, "The so-called heavenly talents are a bit dim in front of Han Fei." Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't belittle yourself. Think about it. Who can become a venerable at this age? There is still time in the future. We should try our best to catch up with him." Xia Shaochan said, "Xiaobai is right. It's not that you can't do it, but you lack opportunities. Those who could cultivate to the supremacy realm in the Yin-Yang heaven were rare in the chaotic azure ocean. If you were born in the chaotic azure sea, you would at least be a high-rank venerable by now." Standing next to Jiang Qin, old Jiang said leisurely, "I knew that this kid might have a bright future. However, I didn't expect him to be able to expand his sea in just a few decades. I still remember how naughty he was when he first became a spirit gatherer." Jiang Qin rolled her eyes at old Jiang and said, "Don't be so smug." I don't know who has been repeatedly amazed by him. Old Jiang was speechless. Can I amaze him? Apart from being able to see the outline of the Immortal Palace at the beginning, the Immortal Palace had descended into the world. But in the blink of an eye, the Immortal Palace was enveloped by surging energy. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the Immortal Palace is releasing energy." Hiss! What was General Han trying to do? Didn't he say he was going to break through to the monarch realm? How is he going to pass the tribulation if the energy is dispersed? Someone sneered, "What do you know? General Han is going to pass the tribulation. How can he not know the danger of the tribulation? Since he can disperse it, it means that he is not afraid of the energy dissipating." Someone wondered, "I wonder if the immortal palace can descend to show us." Someone was speechless. "Look at your head. Do you see the energy surges of the 9 heavens? To put it bluntly, you can't even resist the impact of the energy. Do you still want to see it?" In the 7 major sects, the presidents and teachers shouted, "All disciples, hurry up if you want to make a breakthrough. The immortal palace has descended. The spiritual energy is like waves, and the energy is like tides. If you make a breakthrough now, you will get twice the result with half the effort." At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people in the 1,000-star city were sitting cross-legged to make a breakthrough, and the number of people was still increasing. As for the immortal palace, it was like a red phoenix spreading its wings, hovering in the sky, dazzling but unapproachable. And at this moment, the steps into the sea in the level 3 fishery moved. In the 1,000-star testing field, a few streaks of light rose from the ground with a swoosh, as if a murderous aura was soaring into the sky. Chirp! Some red lights with murderous intent rushed towards the immortal palace. The emperor sparrow, little fatty, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, simp, and little gold leaped into the air and flew straight towards the immortal palace. Above the immortal palace, Han Fei didn't care about the return of the emperor sparrow and the others. All of them directly disappeared into the center of his eyebrows, including the emperor sparrow. After all, this was the great tribulation of the sea expansion realm, a real king's tribulation. Even the emperor sparrow, with his extraordinary bloodline, couldn't face the king's tribulation in his current realm. Therefore, Han Fei knew that he could only rely on himself for this tribulation. Even if Little Black, Little White, and the emperor sparrow could share some of the power of the lightning tribulation, it was only a little at most. Han Fei said, "Tribulation is coming." How terrifying was the king's tribulation! In addition to the 1,000-star city, the 36 towns, and the scattered stars island all saw a red star appear in the sky in the daytime. Accompanied by the star, a dragon roar sounded. It was Han Fei's shout, "Tribulation is coming," on the scattered stars island. Everyone spontaneously stopped what they were doing and looked up. Although they couldn't see anything clearly, they could see that a huge halo had formed around the red nebula. How far away was it? Perhaps it was millions of miles away. It was also clearly visible. When tribulation clouds began to gather over the boundless sky of the 1,000-star city, it was as if the end of the world had come. The sky was covered by black clouds, and the day turned into night. The brightest thing in the night was the red light spot in the sky and the halo around it. Even Ren Tianfei looked shocked. This tribulation is extraordinary. It covers a range of tens of thousands of kilometers, and the tribulation clouds are still condensing. I wonder what countermeasures he has prepared. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the sky 100 kilometers above the immortal palace. The old turtle said, "Remember, the king's tribulation has 9 levels. If you can't bear it, don't resist it. You'd better prepare your vitality type spirit fruits. Don't waste the heavenly awakening divine technique." Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, how do I use the chaotic qi? You've helped me accumulate so much. I have to know how to expand my qi, right?" The old turtle said, "I don't need to teach you. The heavenly tribulation you experience will tell you. You'll understand when and how you'll do it. Everyone's situation is different. So, I can't explain it to you now. You can only comprehend it in the heavenly tribulation. Even if you can't expand your origin qi well during the heavenly tribulation, you can make up for it later. Surviving the heavenly tribulation is the most important thing. I'm going to concentrate. Otherwise, a bolt of lightning will kill me. Damn! Han Fei took a deep breath and looked at the dim but surging tide of the heavenly tribulation. He was nervous. After all, this was the first heavenly tribulation. After the heavenly tribulation, he would become a king. Old Han's years of planning, his years of pursuit, and countless people's years of expectations were about to come. After more than 10 minutes, thunder was already rolling in the sky. However, the rolling thunderbolts were clearly purplish-red in color. Hiss, Tang Yen said. He won't start with a purple heavenly tribulation, will he? Ren Tianfei shook his head. I don't think so. Those purple heavenly tribulations are gathering. If he starts with a purple heavenly tribulation, it will be ridiculous. Who can resist it? After all, Ren Tianfei had once reached the king realm. At that time, he didn't turn purple until the last bolt of lightning. So he had an estimate in his heart. On the other side, Luo Xiaobai held Xia Xiaochan's hand and said, It's okay. Relax. You know this guy. It's just a heavenly tribulation. It won't be difficult for him. Lu Rinquang wiped the sweat off his head, swallowed, and said, Nothing must happen to him. I believe in Han Fei's physique. As long as he doesn't resist the 9 heavenly tribulations, he will be fine. Zhang Xuanyu looked solemn and nodded heavily. Yin clasped her fists. However, her eyes were extremely firm. She seemed to remember something in the Age of Doom. At this moment, she just gritted her teeth and firmly believed that Han Fei could survive this heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling apprehensive, they saw hundreds of lightning bolts descend from the sky. Among them, the thickest one fell on Han Fei. In the sky, Han Fei's power burst out and the pure mystic body was activated. Heavenly tribulation was a test of the heavenly Tao. If one wanted to be an invincible person, he had to bear the heavenly tribulation that no one could bear. This was a very simple truth. In the 100-meter-long lightning pillar, Han Fei's battlesuit was instantly turned into powder. But Han Fei was not afraid at all. Every pore on his body surface was crazily devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation. From the moment he started the heavenly tribulation, it meant that Han Fei's bottleneck had been broken. The reason why some people could become pseudo-kings was that they failed halfway through the heavenly tribulation. And at this moment, Han Fei's whole body was full of blood, and he was pressed down by the lightning for more than 100 kilometers. On the surface of his body, there were many scorched bruises, and his fur was overflowing with blood. His 5 internal organs were all surging with lightning. Huff! Han Fei withstood the first bolt of lightning, but the expression on his face was not very good. It was not that he hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation of a king, but his heavenly tribulation seemed to be terrifyingly strong. At that time, Xue Fan's first heavenly tribulation was much weaker than this. In the chaotic ocean, his strength had doubled, and his physique and bloodline had improved by several levels. When he withstood the first bolt of lightning, Han Fei was still slightly injured. It could be seen how powerful this heavenly tribulation was. Han Fei couldn't imagine. If the first bolt was this powerful, what about the rest? Chapter 1884. After experiencing the first heavenly tribulation, Han Fei didn't feel the enlightenment that the old turtle said. Han Fei only knew that from the moment he passed the heavenly tribulation, his potential seemed to be growing. This was a wonderful feeling in his heart. At this time, Han Fei's body was like a river that was constantly being opened. Although the speed of opening was very fast, the speed of filling energy was also very fast. A holy light technique descended, and before Han Fei's minor injuries were healed, he saw the second heavenly tribulation falling. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Fei's second heavenly tribulation was a mixture of 2 colors, and there was already a lavender color in the heavenly tribulation. What? The second heavenly tribulation is already purple? Not good. This heavenly tribulation is more powerful than I thought. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It's so far away, but I can still feel its power. Han Fei had expected that something was wrong at that time. Suddenly, Han Fei roared, and the pure mystic body twisted frantically. 10,000 spirit fruits appeared around him, and they instantly crumbled into pieces. Han Fei opened his mouth and sucked, and the energy of the spiritual fruits all entered his body. Han Fei's bloodline was constantly growing, and his whole body rose 500 kilometers with a swish, facing the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, the blood energy that Han Fei condensed into the sky, didn't even hold for half a minute and was smashed into pieces. The heavenly tribulation enveloped Han Fei. The pure, mystic body directly stirred the violent power of the heavenly tribulation into a vortex. After a full 5 minutes, Han Fei retreated 300 kilometers and barely resisted this heavenly tribulation. Although Han Fei blocked this heavenly tribulation, there was a crackling sound of thunder on his body. Han Fei bled from his 7 apertures and instantly scabbed. A small portion of his outer skin had been destroyed during this tribulation. When the heavenly awakening divine technique descended, Han Fei's body quickly recovered completely. However, this terrifying heavenly tribulation still shocked Han Fei. Han Fei thought that he had seen the heavenly tribulation, so he was already prepared to resist the heavenly tribulation head-on this time, trying to strengthen his body throughout the heavenly tribulation. However, Han Fei didn't expect that his heavenly tribulation would be so terrifying. This level was almost on par with the power of Xue Fan's 6th tribulation. But fortunately, Han Fei was no longer shaken by this kind of heavenly tribulation, unless the level of the 3rd heavenly tribulation could directly soar to the level of Xue Fan's 9th heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he could still take it head-on. Sizzle, the lightning in the sky was like a dragon, surging and shaking. In the 1,000-star city, hundreds of millions of people looked solemn and shocked. Many people had doubts in their hearts. Can this thing really be blocked by human strength? Boom! The 3rd heavenly tribulation had almost turned into a pure purple color. Han Fei had almost gone crazy. He rose to the sky again and roared, "What can you do to me?" At that moment, the spiritual fruits turned into a sky full of red clouds and followed Han Fei closely like rain. Han Fei, on the other hand, opened his arms and golden light surged from his body as he embraced the heavenly tribulation. Sizzle, 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 boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Han Fei had been covered by the purple light. The tide of energy of the spiritual fruit had been drained by Han Fei. However, when the 3rd lightning tribulation passed, Ren Tianfei, Xia Shaochan, and the others were shocked to see that some fine cracks appeared on Han Fei's body. Although these cracks were not deep, this was only the 3rd F** king, heavenly tribulation. Tang Yen was horrified. He himself had passed the king tribulation. To put it bluntly, Han Fei's heavenly tribulation was already as strong as the 8 lightning tribulations that killed him. Tang Yan's face was solemn. How strong is Han Fei? How could he attract such a terrifying king tribulation? And Chao Tianji was even more shocked. He hadn't even passed the heavenly tribulation. Seeing Han Fei's heavenly tribulation this time, he was wondering if he could resist such a heavenly tribulation. For example, he didn't think he could withstand the heavenly tribulation just now. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. "Shaochan, can your body take it?" Xia Shaochan nodded heavily. "Yes." Lu Renkuang let out a long sigh of relief. "That's good. My scalp is freezing." However, Xia Shaochan was also worried. Although she knew that Han Fei had great potential and there was no reason why he couldn't pass the king tribulation since he could even obtain the supreme inheritance of the martial emperor city, she still couldn't help but worry. At this time, 2 women had appeared in this place. Juyin Ling stood on the roof where her home used to be. He Xiaoyu stood among thousands of people. At this moment, she clenched her fists and watched this scene. Jing stood in the sea cloud tower, watching the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly sword sect. Tang Gu and Mu Ling stood on the hidden sword pavilion. Mu Ling comforted him. He is no longer the Han Fei of the past. You should trust him. Tang Gu nodded. I know. I trust him. The heavenly awakening divine technique came again. However, Han Fei's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. The fourth lightning came. This time, there was no shadow of the ordinary lightning at all. The lavender lightning seemed to crack the sky. Rumble this time. Han Fei's face changed greatly. When he found that the power of the spiritual fruits around him was not enough to repair his vitality, he immediately roared. A total of 11 dragon blood fruits were all shattered. The dragon blood fruit was originally a fruit for body strengthening, but at a critical moment, it could also promote the body's absorption of energy. Although Han Fei's strength was rapidly increasing, the speed of his body's absorption was far slower than the destruction caused by the lightning bombardment. Therefore, Han Fei had to use some kind of power to block the heavenly tribulation, replenish his vitality, or speed up the absorption of energy. Although ordinary spiritual fruits were effective, they were far from enough in terms of speed. But the dragon blood fruit was enough. Of course, he couldn't just use the dragon blood fruit. Han Fei still had some earth vein spring water that he hadn't used yet. At this moment, with a splash, they all poured out. Infinite vitality directly enveloped Han Fei. When the fourth lightning dissipated, some of the power of the earth vein spring water still remained in the void. Of course, Han Fei was still injured. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Han Fei smashed down with a heavenly awakening divine technique. While using the heavenly awakening divine technique, he absorbed the power of the earth vein spring water. In less than 2 seconds, Han Fei finally caught his breath. At this moment, Han Fei's injuries were completely recovered. The earth vein spring water was also completely absorbed by Han Fei. Of course, Han Fei knew that he had to continue to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation head-on. Maybe he had to start using the important resources he had. All of a sudden, Han Fei sensed that the chaotic energy in his body began to move. The chaotic energy began to entangle, as if it were trying to open a mysterious door. Han Fei couldn't help but think of what the old turtle said. He said that he would know how to expand the sea when he went through the heavenly tribulation. Now, the chaotic energy moved on its own and was moving to his dantian. And in his dantian was his Tao seed. Even now, Han Fei still didn't know how to expand the sea. However, it didn't matter. The next heavenly tribulation was coming. It was more important to pass the heavenly tribulation first. This time, Han Fei took out more than 30,000 spiritual fruits again. At the same time, he also took out a large amount of demonic chi essence to replenish his vitality. Boom! When the fifth heavenly tribulation arrived, the light purple lightning had begun to turn purple. Above the sky there was crimson. When the spiritual fruits and the demonic chi essence were all annihilated by the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei suddenly felt that the chaotic energy suddenly drilled into the Tao seed. His mind was suddenly separated. Han Fei seemed to see a barren land. This was a barren land only about 100 meters in size. However, after the chaotic energy poured in, this barren land was opening up. The land seemed to become fertile. Some water seeped out of the barren land. Han Fei thought to himself, is this the so-called origin sea? Isn't it too small? The speed of the chaotic energy entering was not fast. On average, only 2 or 3 strands could enter in one breath. According to this speed, when the heavenly tribulation was over, he wouldn't be able to stuff all the chaotic energy into the origin sea. However, Han Fei had another feeling. He seemed to be able to open up this space. When going through the heavenly tribulation, he could multitask. So, part of Han Fei's mind was immersed in this barren land, and the other half was resisting the heavenly tribulation. Crack, crack, crack. After about 2 minutes, Han Fei found that the vitality brought by the power of the spiritual fruits and the essence of demonic qi had basically been consumed. With a thought, Han Fei took out the heavenly fault star fruit. This was the treasure he robbed in the Grand Purity Palace. The heavenly fault star fruit also contained 30 strands of chaotic energy. After taking it, there was a certain chance that the bloodline power in his body would be activated. However, Han Fei's bloodline was not activated, but it was triggered by the heavenly fault star fruit. It was a pity that, although this fruit was powerful, it only worked for about half a minute. Its overall strength was completely depleted, and after half a minute, Han Fei's body cracked. Golden blood was disintegrating and dissipating. At this point, the 5th heavenly tribulation was past. Han Fei smiled bitterly and found that there were only 5 heavenly tribulations. Out of the hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits he had collected, there were now less than 50,000 left. These 50,000 spiritual fruits could only be consumed at one time during the 6th heavenly tribulation. The apocalyptic divine technique descended at all costs, and the cracks on Han Fei's body were healing rapidly. Golden blood intertwined in the void and flowed backward. After transcending this heavenly tribulation, Han Fei suddenly found that the speed of the chaotic energy flowing into the origin sea he had created was twice as fast. If only 3 strands of chaotic energy could drill into it in 1 minute. Now, 6 strands of chaotic energy could drill into it in 1 minute. However, even so, it was still too slow. Han Fei saw that the origin sea was expanding, but at a shocking speed. It could only open up a few dozen meters in 1 minute. Damn, who are you kidding? Everyone else's origin sea is thousands of kilometers long. My origin sea is only a few hundred meters long? Are you kidding me? Han Fei thought to himself. The degree of the heavenly tribulation should be directly related to the speed of the origin sea's expansion. Of course, in addition to the automatic expansion of the origin sea, the other half of Han Fei's divine sense moved. Grabbing a strand of chaotic energy that spilled in, Han Fei roared and slashed at the boundless black fog that wrapped the origin sea. The black fog was cut out to a radius of 1,000 meters. Not bad. Chapter 1885. Han Fei seemed to have found a way to open up the origin sea. However, his method seemed a bit clumsy. The opening of the origin sea reminded Han Fei of the expansion of Forge the Universe. The opening of the two seemed to be the same. However, one was based on the demon purification pot, and the other was based on his own Tao seed. But the origin sea was not the demon purification pot after all, so Han Fei could only try his best to open it bit by bit. At this moment, the 6th heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Although the healing speed of the apocalypse divine technique was fast, it couldn't heal Han Fei's seriously injured body in just a few seconds. Therefore, Han Fei released all the spiritual fruits in advance. These were all the resources that Han Fei had accumulated in the chaotic ocean. It would be good if he could resist the 6th heavenly tribulation with these resources. After all, while resisting the heavenly tribulation, the energy of these energy fruits and the energy of the heavenly tribulation were almost all absorbed by him. The heavenly tribulation was both a tribulation and a way to grow on the way to becoming a king. Han Fei knew that the vitality and gentle energy provided by 50,000 spiritual fruits were not enough. Therefore, Han Fei couldn't help but hold a small bottle in his hand. Crack! As Han Fei crushed it, the small bottle broke. A pill engraved with 3 Taoist patterns appeared in Han Fei's hand. Who was the best alchemist here? Old Jiang was the best. However, when he saw the pill in Han Fei's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is that a tribulation pill? A tribulation pill that has gone through the heavenly tribulation? Xia Shaochan clenched her fists nervously. At this moment, she tried to calm herself down and said, A Tao pattern pill with 3 Tao patterns has gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. However, I don't know if he can withstand such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Lu Renquang nodded. Surrounded by spiritual fruits and this tribulation pill, he should be able to resist it, right? Zhang Xuanyu sighed. This king tribulation is too terrifying. How many spiritual fruits has Han Fei prepared for this heavenly tribulation? Rin Tianfei said he just chose to resist it head-on. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have had to consume so many resources. Resist it head-on. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ren Tianfei, puzzled. This was also what they didn't understand. Was it really better to resist the tribulation with the help of tools? Rin Tianfei said, the heavenly tribulation is the purest killing force in the world. It represents the heavenly Tao. Similarly, because the heavenly tribulation was extremely pure, it also contained an enormous amount of power. Every time a heavenly tribulation descended, any part of it absorbed by the body would transform the body of the person undergoing the tribulation. And the more heavenly tribulation your body absorbs, the more power and potential you'll have after becoming a king. The more powerful you'll be compared to a king who uses artifacts to block the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Xuanyu asked, doesn't that mean whoever has a stronger physique will be stronger after the king tribulation? In the future, they will be far ahead of those who don't transcend the tribulation with their bodies? Ren Tianfei shook his head. No, you can't say that. Transcending the tribulation with one's physical body could only make one stronger than others after transcending the tribulation and becoming a king. However, becoming a king was an upgrade of one's level of existence and bloodline. Bloodline and life level were the foundation. If one's foundation was not as good as others, then even if one's physical body underwent tribulation, others would still catch up to them in the future. This is potential. Oh, even Tang Yan and Ren Tianfei didn't quite understand what Ren Tianfei said. Although they had guessed it in their hearts, they were not kings after all. Therefore, they couldn't understand the difference between kings at all. At this moment, after being pointed out by Ren Tianfei, they finally understood. Luo Xiaobai said he has already resisted the 6th heavenly tribulation with his body. Is he going to endure the whole tribulation? Hearing Luo Xiaobai's words, everyone fell silent. According to Han Fei's personality, it was very likely. Rumble, while they were communicating quickly, countless purple lightning veins descended. The thickest one was completely purple lightning. Even this, tens of thousands of kilometers away, was also covered by black clouds. Within 100,000 kilometers, above the sky, there was a gust of wind and lightning intertwined. It seemed that the quality of the lightning was getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps there was another reason. The power of the heavenly tribulation of the Yin-Yang heaven was not enough, so it covered a wide range and needed to absorb power from a larger range. Therefore, when Han Fei transcended the tribulation, the noise was particularly big. 3 tribulation pills entered his body. In an instant, Han Fei's body was filled with the power bursting out of the pills. This power overflowed crazily from his body, helping Han Fei's body to resist the heavenly tribulation. Of course, energy was not the key. The triple Tao pattern pill was a pill that had experienced the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, swallowing it at this time could give Han Fei a lot of power of the great path in a short period of time. Although this was not his own great path, it was just a manifestation of the Tao of heaven and earth. But even so, it stimulated Han Fei's body to the most resilient state in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the 3rd second, the power provided by all the spiritual fruits was exhausted by Han Fei. At the moment when the vitality provided by the spiritual fruits completely disappeared, in the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei shouted, "Heavenly awakening divine technique!" This time, Han Fei couldn't care less. He used the 1,000-year vitality on himself. Together with the triple Tao pattern pill, He protected his body and forcibly persisted in the heavenly tribulation. When the sixth heavenly tribulation dissipated, Han Fei panted and cursed. Son of a B****, it completely surpassed Shui Fan's ninth heavenly tribulation. God, are you kidding me? Han Fei recovered from his wounds, only to discover that the amount of chaotic energy that could crawl into his origin doubled every second. Now, about 12 breaths of chaos energy could enter the origin sea with every breath. Han Fei sensed the world in the origin sea, and half of his mind was trying to quickly expand this place. However, Han Fei found that no matter how fast he expanded, it was impossible for him to expand thousands of kilometers at once. Back then, when the water immortal became a king, he didn't expand so little. The divine sun expanded even more. It shouldn't be. I have passed the first 6 heavenly tribulations, so I should already know how to expand the sea. When the chaotic energy enters the origin sea, it melts here in an instant, so I can't intervene. Does that mean my mind can only slash out a few hundred miles? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He saw a small vine sticking out of the top of his head. This little vine was trying its best to burrow into his origin sea. Around the small vine, Han Fei also saw the buds of several other small vines, which seemed to be struggling to break through some barrier and wanted to drill in. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The demon purification pot could drill into his origin sea at this time. Han Fei thought, what does this guy want to do? Is he going to change places again? At this moment, Han Fei didn't have time to care about the origin sea. He could slowly expand the origin sea. Even after he became a king, he could still expand it. However, the 7th heavenly tribulation had already appeared. Han Fei saw a big lump of purple. Han Fei was dumbfounded at the sight of the purple blob. Damn, do you think this can stop me? Han Fei grabbed 2 jade bottles with both hands again. Crack, crack, with 2 crisp sounds. 2 third-level disaster pills appeared in Han Fei's hands. Han Fei clapped his hands to his mouth and swallowed 2 third-level disaster pills in a row. Down below, Xia Shaochan finally got nervous and quickly looked at Ren Tianfei. Big purple heavenly tribulation. This is a sign of a demon tribulation. Demon tribulation? Everyone looked at Xia Shaochan. Luo Xiaobai asked, what is a demon tribulation? Ren Tianfei said, there must be something wrong with the situation. Han Fei's heavenly tribulation has completely exceeded the level that a normal heavenly tribulation can bear. Every heavenly tribulation he has experienced now is comparable to the ultimate heavenly tribulation of ordinary people. The so-called demon tribulation is an unpredictable heavenly tribulation. No one knows how strong this heavenly tribulation will be. Gulp! At this time everyone's heart sank. However, among everyone, only one person had a firm look in her eyes. This person was Han In-er. She firmly believed that Han Fei couldn't survive this heavenly tribulation. Boom! The 7th big purple heavenly tribulation seemed to have erected a pillar of lightning between heaven and earth. In the 1,000-star city, everyone was dumbfounded. There was only that purple pillar of light left in the whole world. The halo spread infinitely far away. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was not a heavenly tribulation at all. This was simply a heavenly tribulation. However, Han Fei roared, stepped on the void, and with a roar he rushed to meet it. BAM, at the moment when Han Fei collided with this heavenly tribulation, the 2 tribulation pills in his body were exploding crazily, as if they were going to burst out at this moment. Shoot! Han Fei's face changed drastically. This heavenly tribulation even impacted his soul. At the same time, Han Fei also felt that the power of the 2 tribulation pills was not enough. Immediately, Han Fei knew that he couldn't delay any longer. In the heavenly tribulation, a 5-patterned pill suddenly appeared in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei only had 1 5-layered Tao pattern pill. This pill was not used for transcending the heavenly tribulation, but to make himself stronger. Han Fei roared, and his strength soared in an instant. Double his combat power greatly improved Han Fei in all aspects, except his combat power. Han Fei hadn't dared to use the power of Tao and the invincible eye, fearing that his resources would be exhausted. Now, to Han Fei's surprise, this was only the 7th heavenly tribulation, and he had to use a 5-pattern pill. Then what about the next 2? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the 4th second, Han Fei's 7 orifices were no longer bleeding, but blood was gushing out. Han Fei was horrified. His soul must not be injured. Once his soul was injured, could he survive this heavenly tribulation? That was hard to say. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. He used one of the 6th-grade soul pills he bought in the Martial Emperor City without hesitation. As soon as the soul pill came out, it was immediately printed between Han Fei's eyebrows. Han Fei felt that his soul seemed to have been added with a barrier. However, the light of the barrier flickered and was extremely unstable. After 2 seconds, cracks appeared on the soul pill barrier. But at this moment, the 7th heavenly tribulation had also dissipated. Puff! Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Han Fei didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "Heavenly Awakening Divine Technique." Chapter 1886. Han Fei looked solemn at this moment. Sea expansion was difficult. The 4 vines of the demon purification pot had crawled in. As for the primal chaos aura, it could absorb around 25 strands of it in every breath of time. At this moment, the origin sea had become an irregular lake that was 50 kilometers wide. However, compared to the real origin source sea, wasn't this a little 2F** king small? However, the demon purification gourd had entered the origin sea, which meant that there should be a way to open up the origin sea in the future. Now, for Han Fei, the key problem was that he had used up all the triple Tao pattern pills. He had also used up all 5 Tao pattern pills. Now, Han Fei only had 2 6th-grade soul pills and 500 caddies of deep-sea nether spring left. Of course, apart from these, there was also the energy and spiritual energy that was being emitted crazily from the Immortal Palace. Bang! As one of Han Fei's trump cards, Han Fei landed directly on the Divine Palace, and all the pores all over his body opened. Phew! As Han Fei's whole body was sucked in, he directly turned into a big cocoon of energy. A huge amount of energy and spiritual energy rushed at Han Fei's body crazily. Phew! Phew! At this moment, Han Fei's big mouth and the pores all over his body were like bottomless abysses. Almost every second, he could directly swallow nearly 1% of the energy and spiritual energy of the Divine Palace. The spiritual energy after entering Han Fei's body was not used to fill his flesh and blood, refine his meridians, or improve his bones and blood. These powers were only used by Han Fei to resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. Of course, after resisting, the 2 energies became gentle and could reside in his body. In Han Fei's perception, the absorption of the tribulation cloud had exceeded his range of perception. In the sky, the 8th heavenly tribulation was still accumulating power. At this moment, there were already signs of dark purple. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and his lips twitched. He grabbed another 2 bottles with both hands. This was Han Fei's last 6th-grade soul core. The immaculate body was still running crazily, and the origin sea was still expanding. Han Fei felt that his physical strength was rising crazily at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei would rather stay like this for an hour. If it was possible, Han Fei felt that his strength would soar by 50%. However, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't give him this chance. The 8th heavenly tribulation came without warning. When the dark purple lightning fell, the sky was filled with lightning webs. Han Fei stood on the Divine Palace, not moving at all, letting the heavenly tribulation bombard him. Almost in an instant, the sixth-grade tribulation pill that he hadn't used last time immediately collapsed. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all and used 2 sixth-grade soul pills at the same time. He no longer had the time to deal with the final tribulation. He had to overcome the 8th tribulation first. Ah, Han Fei roared, and his voice shook the world. Who wouldn't be moved by that furious roar? This was the only time in the history of the 1,000-star city that someone had transcended a king-level tribulation. Han Fei's name had long been engraved in everyone's heart. No one wanted Han Fei to fail the tribulation. The stronger Han Fei was, the better the 1,000-star city would be. The better the Scattered Stars Island was, the better the entire human race would be. Commander Han, hold on. Marshal Han is invincible. General Han, a mere heavenly tribulation won't be able to stop you. Marshal Han, heavenly tribulation is not worthy to be your opponent. Marshal Han! Crack, crack, crack on Han Fei's body. Cracks appeared one after another. However, Han Fei didn't care at all. Between Han Fei's eyebrows, a golden eye slowly opened. At that moment, Han Fei's roar resounded through the whole world. There are thousands of tribulations in this world, but only I, Han Fei, am invincible. The great Tao is one roar. Swish, at that moment, Han Fei finally took action. Although his body was covered with cracks, he pointed at the sky. In the divine palace, the energy was like a tide, and the spiritual energy was like a sea. At this moment, it all turned into a sword, pointing straight at the sky, going against the heavenly tribulation. In the 1,000-star city, the entire Yin-Yang heaven could see stars colliding in the sky. Whether it was the Scattered Stars Island, the 36 towns, or the Level 3 fishery, they could all see it. The sound of the king's Tao swept across the world. The heavenly water village. The old village leader climbed on the roof of his house, raised his hands high, and muttered, when, in the Blue Sea town, Li Gang led the entire fish dragons and was shouting, "Leader is invincible. Leader will become a king." On the Scattered Stars Island, the heavenly vine was waving its vines. The sky inspecting sword was already bald at this moment. The big sword seemed to be cheering for Han Fei. On the Forest of Horror side, the strong masters had all arrived at the 1,000-star city. To be honest, they had long been shocked. It was really hard for them to imagine that all the people in the world were supporting this person. Yet, this person was able to last until now under such a power that did not seem to belong to the human world. Was he still human? In fact, when the people of the Forest of Horrors were surprised, some people from the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Alliance also came to the Yin-Yang heaven. Before, Han Fei had promised to let some people come to the Yin-Yang heaven to have a look. Who knew that as soon as they came, they would see Han Fei transcending the tribulation. On the Immortal City's side, Chen Xiang and several of Han Fei's former subordinates were amazed. This was the first time they had seen someone transcend the tribulation and become a king. It was hard not to see such a huge scene. Yun Tianhao exclaimed, "General Han is far stronger than we thought." Hua Meng said, "I heard that the Black Snail King couldn't even take a sword strike from General Han. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him. Otherwise, it would be enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life." Qin Xiang was secretly shocked. Is this Han Fei's real strength? It was ridiculous that she doubted whether he had the ability to become the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. He was actually the master of the Yin-Yang heaven. On the Demon Beast Alliance's side, Jiao Mengyue, Xiong Chaoshui, and the others came over. Golden Tiger howled, "What a pity! He should have called all the Half-King Realm powerhouses to come and watch." Transcending the King Tribulation. This is a grand occasion that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Jiao Mengyue shook her head and said, "It's useless to watch. Have you seen the strength of his King Tribulation? I guess from the 3rd Heavenly Tribulation onward. No ordinary person can withstand it. When did you see the purple lightning when old Yang transcended the tribulation?" At this moment, Han Fei pointed his sword at the Heavenly Tribulation, and the entire divine palace was providing him with power. Just a single glance at such a domineering and wild attack was a little unbearable. Just then, dense cracks appeared on Han Fei's whole body, from his fingers to his whole arm, and then to his whole body. And the apocalyptic divine technique didn't stop at all during this tribulation. Even if the apocalyptic divine technique didn't stop for a moment, it couldn't completely cure Han Fei. After all, the Tao Convergence Sword was no match for the dark purple lightning, and it only lasted for 3 seconds. Fortunately, the power of hope of the human race was crazily penetrating into Han Fei's body. With the continuous consumption of the power of hope, Han Fei finally managed to keep his body intact. Otherwise, he would have been blown into pieces at this moment. Although his body was broken, Han Fei wasn't afraid. However, it would be a waste of time to recover. And now, what he lacked most was time. 3 seconds. For seconds. At the moment of the 5th second, with cracking sounds, Han Fei's bones were broken in many places. The barrier of the soul core was dim. The invincible eye collapsed. His third eye was damaged. Han Fei coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and finally held on until the heavenly tribulation dissipated. At this moment, Xia Shaochan and the others were most worried. At this moment, Han Fei didn't seem to be in a very good state. His body was covered with cracks. There were even a few terrifying cracks, as if his body was about to split open. Fortunately, the heavenly awakening divine art did not have an endless supply of healing radiance. It was also because Han Fei had swallowed the vitality of too many strong masters before. That was the only reason he was able to use the heaven awakening divine skill to heal his body without any scruples. Xia Shaochan shouted, "Idiot, don't take it head on. It's already the 9th heavenly tribulation, so you don't have to reach the monarch realm with your physical body." Ren Tianfei bellowed, "Brat, although I said that your body can also reach the divine connection realm, it's still not enough. But you're playing with fire. It's going to be the 9th tribulation soon. It's enough." Old Bai and Old Jiang also shouted to remind Han Fei. However, creaking sounds came from Han Fei's body, which was the sound of his bones recovering. Han Fei said, "If I'm going to walk, I'll walk on the path of a real expert. What I want is to suppress the chaotic sea. What I want is to break the cage. What I want is to walk to the extreme and stand on the other side of the sea." Roar! Han Fei waved his hand, and tens of millions of ultra-quality spiritual stones were scattered on the immortal palace. Han Fei used too much energy and spiritual energy in the immortal palace just now. Now, only less than half of this energy was left. And to resist the last tribulation, Han Fei had to try his best. Huff! Huff! Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed like a demon whale swallowing the sea. In every breath, there was an infinite amount of energy pouring into his body. And the sky suddenly opened, revealing a crimson color. Is that a red, heavenly tribulation? They intertwined above the sky. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to care. The intake of the origin sea had become more than 50 strands of chaotic energy pouring in every breath. Han Fei didn't notice that in the origin sea, a familiar scene appeared. Here there was land, a big pit, a river, and fertile soil. Roar! At this moment, Han Fei suddenly grinned. In his dantian, the Tao seed and the great Tao trembled. Han Fei's overall strength soared by 3 times in an instant. Not only that, Han Fei shouted, "Fuse!" As soon as he fused, black and white colors burst out of Han Fei's eyes. Dragon transformation technique. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the entire yin-yang sky. Han Fei's body began to swell. Immediately afterward, spiritual energy was like a hurricane, and dragon scales appeared in the storm. He turned around, and there was no one above the immortal palace. A black dragon, hundreds of meters long, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rose to the sky. People were amazed and exclaimed, "Is that the legendary dragon? Oh my God! Is General Han the reincarnation of a true dragon? So ferocious? Is this what a king looks like when he's facing the heavenly tribulation? Rumble, above the sky, bright red lightning was intertwining, making loud noises. When Han Fei turned into a dot in the dark, a red pillar fell from the sky, as if a line had been opened between heaven and earth, breaking through the starry sky. Chapter 1887. The moment the red heavenly tribulation descended, everyone closed their eyes. This weird power was so dazzling that it made their eyes swollen. In this case, only venerable realm powerhouses could barely open their eyes. However, even though Xia Shaochan and the others could still observe, Han Fei had been completely enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. They could only see a shock wave in the center of the tribulation cloud, about to smash down. As for the rest, they couldn't see anything. At this moment, Xia Shaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, Lu Renquang, Rin, Tianfei, these people's palms and foreheads were all sweaty, and they didn't dare to relax for a moment. Even Ren Tianfei was horrified. If he were in this kind of heavenly tribulation, he would be crushed into pieces in less than a second, let alone survive it. In fact, although Han Fei used the power of Tao and the dragon transformation technique, he didn't gain any advantage. Perhaps because he was a beginner, the dragon transformation technique only lasted for more than a second before it was beaten back to its original form. Han Fei's Tao was improved, but in the third second, he felt that he couldn't bear it anymore and was about to collapse. The apocalyptic divine technique was still shining, but others couldn't see it. In desperation, Han Fei used the supreme yin-yang wheel. However, this method only lasted for half a second. Han Fei tried to use the Great Path of Time. However, the Great Path of Time couldn't be used at all here. At this time, Han Fei could no longer return to his previous, strongest state. After finally holding on for the 5th second, Han Fei saw an invisible big shadow above the sky, which seemed to be rushing towards him from the heavenly tribulation. That scene seemed to be the demonic energy that the old turtle once used, and it seemed to be penetrating his mind. At this moment, the demon purification pot, which was opening up the origin sea, trembled violently. Han Fei knew that if he didn't use defensive weapons or arrays, he might not be able to hold on. Fine, Han Fei had planned to survive this tribulation in the most perfect state, relying on his body and his massive resources. However, he still underestimated the power of the heavenly tribulation, so he didn't prepare enough resources. If he had known this would happen, even if he had to sell his entire family's fortune, he would have bought it in Martial Emperor City until he had no more money to buy it. But now it was too late. With a thought, he absorbed the last 500 caddies of deep-sea nether spring into his body. Otherwise, if the power of his soul couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly demon, wouldn't he fail the tribulation? This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. The first 99 steps had already been taken. How could he let this last step be ruined? However, when Han Fei was about to activate a dragon bone umbrella that he had prepared for a long time, suddenly his glabella flashed again. With a chirp, boundless murderous intent suddenly enveloped Han Fei's body. A pair of black wings, with a wingspan of 100 meters, roared towards the sky. In Han Fei's mind, DK said, "Heavenly Fiend Battle Body." Han Fei was shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't considered using the power of the Emperor Sparrow. However, the Emperor Sparrow hadn't become a supremacy yet. He reckoned that it was only a half supremacy. No matter how powerful the Emperor Sparrow was, it was impossible for him to face the king's heavenly tribulation as a half venerate, right? However, the D Sparrow had taken the initiative to appear at this moment. Innate battle physique. Phew, this time, Han Fei didn't absorb energy, but when he activated the innate battle physique, he couldn't help but gasp. Han Fei seemed to feel that there were thousands of troops behind him. He felt that he had set foot on the wild land. Han Fei felt that infinite, terrifying, murderous intent was bursting out of his body. At this moment, the heavenly fiend body in Han Fei's eyes didn't seem scary anymore. Han Fei's yin-yang divine eyes were gone. Instead, a pair of black pupils appeared. Eye of disaster! A crimson, murderous intent burst out of Han Fei's eyes. The Emperor Sparrow's voice vaguely appeared in Han Fei's mind. Are you simulating the heavenly fiend again? The power of the heavenly tribulation hasn't changed for years. Do you know, I am the heavenly fiend? Chirp! Han Fei opened his mouth, and two intertwined streams of power, one clear and one yellow, rose to the sky. It was exactly the heavenly fiend aura that was formed by a wisp of immortal spiritual energy and murderous intent that Han Fei had accumulated. As soon as the attack was launched, a ball seemed to rise to the sky from the red pillar of lightning. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't stop it. The power of the heavenly fiend aura went straight to the sky. Then it turned into a huge ripple, shaking this place for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, the world was eclipsed, and the sun and moon lost their light. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be caught in a hazy white mist. The heavenly tribulation was gone, and the last sentence that Han Fei heard in his mind was, "You are not strong enough." After a long time, everyone came back to themselves. At the moment when they came back to themselves, Xia Shaochan, Rin Tianfei, and the others forced themselves to look at the sky despite the tears in their eyes, until Xia Shaochan saw that above the divine palace, Han Fei's figure was standing proudly in midair. The surrounding spiritual energy was intertwined and poured into his body. Around Han Fei there was a dazzling glow, which was the manifestation of the power of the Great Path. Xia Shaochan let out a long breath. This be asterisk starred, he only knows how to show off. He's so annoying. Xia Shaochan complained, and Luo Xiaobai and the others were relieved. Now, all of them had tears streaming down their faces, not because they were crying, but because they were stung by the white light. After all, with their strength, they really couldn't take it. Rin Tianfei cursed, "Brat, you scared me." However, that thing can even survive the heavenly tribulation. Has he comprehended the indestructible divine body? No, I have to ask him later. Seeing that Xia Shaochan and Rin Tianfei were both relieved, everybody realized what was going on. Old Bai laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, the Thug Academy has a king. Old Jiang shouted, I've raised a king. Jiang Qin glanced at Old Jiang. Okay, don't flatter yourself. Why don't you teach another one? Old Jiang snorted. Girl, don't argue with me. After another few hundred minutes, the 7 major sects finally realized what was going on. The Heavenly Sword Master said to Tang Gu via voice transmission, he has become a king. Tang Gu grinned with joy from the bottom of his heart. Jiao Mengyue, Ziluo, and the others were all horrified at this moment. Ziluo said, Go back and tell everyone in the Forest of Horrors that from today on, they should all behave themselves and sincerely surrender. This person is too strong. Even if the Forest of Horrors has a king in the future, they will still be no match for him. Jiao Mengyue heaved a long sigh and patted Niu Dali's shoulder. Dali, don't think about it. If he were really a bull, it would be fine. However, he is a human. Now he is a real king, the master of the Yin-Yang heaven. While everyone was exclaiming, Han Fei was amazed by another thing. When he focused on the heavenly tribulation, he found that his gourd was hovering in his origin sea. His origin sea, on the other hand, had turned into Forge the Universe. Han Fei was stunned. When I transcended the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation, the origin sea was only 100 kilometers in size. How did it become Forge the Universe in the blink of an eye? Han Fei tried to confirm it again and again. He found that when his mind was immersed in the Tao seed, he directly entered Forge the Universe. No, he entered the origin sea. And when he wanted to directly enter Forge the Universe from his mind, it was useless. Wow. So, did I open up the origin sea, or didn't I? However, Han Fei still sensed something wrong after a sweep of his perception. He scanned with his perception and found that the size of this origin sea had reached a radius of 6,000 kilometers. In terms of diameter, it was more than 12,000 kilometers. Han Fei's eyelids twitched wildly for a while. Although surprised, Han Fei thought of another thing. If Forge the Universe had become his origin sea, could he let others enter the origin sea? Han Fei felt that he had to find someone to try this idea. If it was possible, it would be terrible. In his origin sea, time was accelerated 32 times. 1 year of cultivation here was equivalent to 32 years in the outside world. How could this be a joke? Of course, he had to try it later. At this time, Han Fei felt that the power in his body was changing. It was no longer spiritual energy transforming his body, but a Taoist aura nourishing his body. This was the Taoist aura of a strong master born by himself, the power of the Great Path. Han Fei felt that he could see 500,000 kilometers at a glance. At this moment, he felt that in the thousand-star city, countless people were exclaiming, praying, asking, and sighing. In an instant, there was too much information that could be gathered in his mind. Only then did Han Fei understand what the old turtle said. A king could monitor the world. What he said was not false. Han Fei heard his name from the mouths of countless people. In fact, he could even follow a certain voice and instantly descend with his divine senses to talk to only him. Just like how he heard Joeen Ling's soft voice among the countless voices. I knew you would become a king. Congratulations, wait for me too. Han Fei could see Joeen Ling facing the dazzling white light with tears streaming down her face, but she didn't care. Sigh, Han Fei saw Su Yang kneeling on the ground on the Pure Sun Island and saying with a trembling voice, Patriarch, we won the bet. The best decision we made in our lives was to send Daji and Su Sanqian to the Thug Academy. Now, Marshal Han has become a king. One day, the Su family might also give birth to a true expert. Outside the ideal palace, Han Fei heard Ren Tianfei and old Jiang showing off that he was their disciple. Apart from this, Han Fei sensed that there was a dragon ball hidden underground at the original site of the ideal palace. Sensing Han Fei's gaze, the azure dragon said leisurely, Congratulations on transcending the tribulation and becoming a king. I hope you keep your promise. Han Fei directly replied, Of course. I won't go back on my promise to you. At this moment, Han Fei was also very excited. He had just transcended the tribulation, and there were still many things to consider. He still needed to consolidate his strength. Han Fei immediately focused his mind, and his information appeared in his mind. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 90, see expansion. See family tree 1321219, chaotic energy greater than 5,226 wisps, spiritual power for 79988, perception range greater than 500,000 kilometers, power greater than 125,694 waves. First, spiritual heritage, unknown. Second, spiritual heritage, unknown. First, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 80. Second, spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 80. Main art, void descent, level 7 of void fishing, king level, divine quality.